Ready now? Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the September 18th, 2024 City Planning Commission meeting. Our meeting will follow the advertised agenda and we'll hear the cases in order which they appear, starting with the consent agenda items, followed by the regular docketed items. The commission looks forward to hearing your case today, as we understand every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all of the docketed items individually with the attention that they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. We also believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is hybrid and recorded, we have time limits for the cases we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations and 20 minutes for the applicant, plus any questions by the commissioners. When we move to public comment, I will call on those who have joined us in person first, followed by those who are joining us virtually. We do have a timer to keep our meeting on track and expect public comments to be no longer than 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or a larger group. In all instances, please be brief and limit repetitive comments. If you're joining us virtually, please be ready to go with your camera on and your name correctly displayed in your window there, please. As we get started, I ask staff to provide additional comments and ground rules as we conduct this meeting. So, Sarah, can you go over those, please?
Yes, thank you. I'll describe the testimony procedure for this hybrid meeting, beginning with people who are joining us online. Online, there are 2 categories of people participating in the meeting. There are attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are the commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a citizen who is interested in a case, please use the raise hand function when the chair calls the case to let staff know that you should be promoted to a panelist position. When the promotion happens, you will need to accept the promotion. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected from the Zoom meeting, but don't panic, you will reconnect shortly. If you are joining via the app on a phone or computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name. If you are calling in on a phone, you cannot adjust your screen name and you will not be able to use the raise hand function, but you can raise your hand by pressing *9 when the case is called. At the time of the promotion, please make sure you've turned on your camera and your microphone so that the commission can see and hear you when you are called upon. Your microphone needs to be on mute unless you are giving testimony. The chat box on Zoom is used only for questions about the agenda, and merits of each case should not be discussed in the chat box. For everyone who's joining us in person, please approach the microphone when it's appropriate to give testimony. You need to have any exhibits ready on a jump drive and email those to your planner. If you're in person, there's no need to join the Zoom meeting as well, and joining the meeting in both ways causes unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. Those are our procedures.
Thank you. Let's start with our consent agenda items, please.
The consent agenda today, number 1 is case CD CPC 2024-91, a request to approve an MPD final plan for Woodhaven second plat to allow 63 residential lots in District MPD on about 19.4 acres, generally located at North Robin Hood Avenue and Northwest 96th Terrace. Case CD CPC 2024-111, a request to approve a final plat in District MPD on about 1 acre, generally located at the northwest corner of North Antioch Road and Northeast 53rd Street to allow for the construction of a financial institution. And case CLD final plat 2024-19, a request to approve a final plat in District MPD on about 20 acres, generally located north of Northwest 96th Street along North Robin Hood Avenue, allowing for the creation of 63 residential lots and 3 tracks.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners regarding docket items C1, C2, or C3? All right, seeing none, if there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items C1, C2, or C3, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
No one has raised their hand online.
Okay, with that, we'll close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, I move to approve docket items C1, C2, and C3 as stated in the docket.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items C1, C2, and C3. Mind taking roll call on that motion, please?
Harkin,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Peters,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Pelion.
Aye.
All right, looks like that motion passes then. All right, let's move to our regular agenda item, starting with those that are looking to be continued to a future date.
Item number 4, CD CPC 2024-106, request to approve a preliminary plat and non-residential development plan in District B3-3 on about 18 acres generally located at North Ambassador Drive and North Polo Drive. We request it be continued off docket without fee. Case number CD miscellaneous 2023-4, the prospectus, transit-oriented development strategic implementation plan, a request to approve an equitable transit-oriented development implementation plan related to the transit-oriented development overlay for the Prospect Corridor. We request it to be continued without fee to November 20th. And CDCPC 2024-20, the prospectus strategic implementation plan, a request to approve a TOD overlay for the Prospect Corridor. We request it be continued to March 5th, 2025.
Okay, so a little difference in looking to continue those. Can you just talk a little bit about them, just so we know?
Number 4, Ambassador Trails. The request for the continuance off docket is because the applicant is considering a rezoning application, and we would like those two to progress together. And the 2 requests for prospectus are to allow for additional public engagement. If you have further questions, the planner for that, Jonathan Feverston, is here.
Okay. Anybody have any questions they'd like to ask staff about the continuance of any of these docket items?
Did we see these continued once already? Or no?
Which one?
The
Prospectus.
prospectus.
Yes, so both Jonathan Feverston, long range planner for the 3rd district. So both cases have been continued at a meeting, a CPC hearing in early April, and then also in early June. This was to allow for additional public engagement. We are still in the public engagement process, and for both the plan and the overlay, which is why we are seeking further continuances.
Do you foresee another continuance, or is this hopefully the last one?
We anticipate likely one more continuance on the plan case. Reason being, we're trying to plan a community meeting as well as an additional 2 mailings, one for the plan and one for the overlay. We want to make sure that that mailing is received well in advance of the community meeting, so that way community stakeholders that may be interested in attending can plan to attend that meeting.
So would it make sense, because I'm seeing here the 6 is continued to March, the other one's continued to November. Do we want to just move them both so that we're not doing it again on another meeting? I mean, what are your thoughts?
Yes, with that, I was kind of curious, what's the difference between the two? What's the
Yeah.
end result of the two? Why the difference?
So continuing the plan and the zoning separately, the reason being is the plan essentially informs the zoning. The zoning overlay is an implementation strategy within the plan. Through our public engagement process, we have determined that there is currently more support for proceeding with the plan sooner. However, there are additional questions related to the overlay that requires additional engagement that does include also meeting with individual property owners and business owners along the corridor.
I guess rather than bring it again and have it continued again, would it be better to push it to December's meeting or that first one?
I would recommend pushing it to the 2nd, I don't have my calendar up, but the 2nd CPC hearing in January.
Okay.
And again, why not do them both in March at the same time?
Because we do anticipate that the adoption of the plan would likely be ready to go through the adoption process before the overlay.
Okay, just looking at the calendar, it looks like I'm not going to be here, but the first meeting is on January 1, and so there'll be the second meeting is the 15th. So we'll only have one meeting in January.
So move 5 to January 16th and 2025, and then keep the other one in March,
January 15th.
January 15th, sorry. Thank you.
That would be my recommendation as the project manager.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? Borstein?
No.
Okay.
I've been in contact with him and I'm fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, we'll open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding the continuance of docket items 4, 5, or 6, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
We have no raised hands.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, I move to approve I move to continue docket item number 4 off docket without fee, to continue docket item number 5 without fee to January 15th, 2025, and to continue docket item 6 without fee to March 5th, 2025.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for continuance of those docketed items, 4, 5, and 6.
Parkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crawl,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right. With that, let's move back to docket item number 1, please.
Case CD miscellaneous 2024-2. Director of City Planning and Development Department amending Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code by enacting new sections 88-347-1 through 88-347-3 and subject matter for the purpose of creating standards for gasoline and fuel sales, amending sections 88-120-3 and 88-140-3, and amending section 88-805-4 and section 88-810 by adding and revising definitions applicable to this new code section.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Andrew Clark.
Can you share it?
I am in the process of
Oh,
sharing.
gotcha.
Sorry.
No problem.
Andrew Clark, City Planning and Development. I'm in the Development Management Division, and before you today is the gasoline and fuel sales text amendment. Due to the size of the maps, this is on a PDF presentation, so there might be some interesting scrolling. This did come before you on August 21st, and the City Plan Commission did condition staff to hold a town hall meeting with the public and other interested parties. That was held on September 5th from 10 a.m. to noon. Again, we've continued to work with our partners across the street, KCPD, in these recommendations, and KCPD was also in attendance at the town hall. This timeline is in 2024 in February. There was a moratorium passed for staff to analyze possible recommendations to the Zoning and Development Code to address environmental, public health, and safety concerns related to gasoline stations. The moratorium is set to expire on October 7th. As I have stated before, this is a multi-departmental review approach. It's not just city planning. This involved KCPD, Office of Environmental Quality, and regulated industries for feedback. The first step, of course, on any project is your data analysis. There are roughly 163 existing gas stations within the city limits, and in the B1, B2, and B3 zoning districts, they require a special use permit. That started in 2012. Prior to 2012, we had more of an open zoning in Kansas City. That's why you see so many gas stations. We were open to any use almost anywhere, very open zoning. Public engagement did not start until 2019. So of the 22 gas stations that were approved since 2012, only 12 of those actually ever went through public engagement.
Okay. When you said that's why we have so many, I'm just kind of ignorant as to how many gas stations is a lot of gas stations. And so it's not surprising, but do you have any way of helping me contextualize the number of gas stations we have relative to other places?
We actually, on a density, we have, I believe the city of Denver has 180 in their city limits, and their city is somewhat comparable. I've been using them as a comparable. And as I said in my last presentation, they are step in step with the city of Kansas City on our recommendations and timeline. I did not look at the number of gas stations in other municipalities because I don't think anybody realizes how much work it takes to actually map and identify every gas station. We ran into this with the marijuana ordinance when people said, where are all the churches? Good luck mapping every church. You can do it, but that will take an entire department.
So based on Denver, we probably have a lot, and you think Denver is pretty typical of most cities?
Exactly.
Okay.
From a lot of cities updated their zoning code about the same time we did through the same contractor that came around and updated people's codes. So it's very interesting when you look at other cities' codes, how similar they are. And they were all everybody had more of an open zoning in prior to the early 2000s.
Would Omaha be comparable to Denver as well, or?
I did not include Omaha in my analysis. That one's tricky. Well, so is Denver. Denver had better data availability. Omaha is really tricky with it being a city-county system. It gets really confusing, and I did not want to provide incorrect information.
You're okay.
But
Thank you for looking.
If you stay tuned, I have a lot of comparables to show you,
Great.
except for Omaha. Again, I want to reinforce that the standards that are proposed here, they did not just come out of nowhere. They're based on science and from other municipalities. And working with KCPD, they use what we call risk terrain modeling. It looks at certain uses that are in your community that are, number one, a drain on resources, which then is a drain on time, and what uses do create different types of crimes. And if we want to go back on that, again, Officer Krebs is here to elaborate on that. Throughout this process, instead of creating an entirely new ordinance to have a SEPTED ordinance on the city books, we just incorporated SEPTED principles with our recommendations. No need to create another wheel. We can just pull the principles into our recommendations, and you will see those with some examples. And the last point is consideration points. We looked at, number one, where are gas stations? Where should they be placed in a community? Where should they be placed on a site? The environmental impacts that came from the Office of Environmental Quality, public safety related to window transparency and design elements. And then the last bullet point is applications and public engagement. One of the proposals is that every gas station is required to go through the special use permit process. This is so that we have an even playing field throughout the entire city. And then most importantly, that the community is always informed of a gas station going in their community. Okay. The maps that you can see here on the right in the green is where you could put a gas station by right in the city of Kansas City. By right means it does not need to go through public engagement, doesn't have to obtain a special use permit. So it would not go before your body or the Board of Zoning Adjustment. I can just go on Compass KC and submit my building plans, and I'm halfway there. The map on the right, as you can see, is very similar to the map on the left. This is with the proposal that every gas station would require a special use permit. We're actually increasing the area you could have a gas station in the city almost twofold. The stipulation is that you have to go through the special use permit process. So right now there's about 24,000 acres that you could put a gas station by right in the city. This proposal would allow a gas station in about 40,000 acres throughout the city. You just have to do public engagement and you have to do better design. All right, thank you for your patience on the Adobe. A national approach. So in Atlanta, Georgia, I believe in 2012, 2013, they made it law that you cannot have a gas station within 1,500 feet of another. They're still building gas stations and they have learned how to move forward, but it's to address the concentration of these uses. As I said before, we don't need 3 gas stations on one corner. Hartford, Connecticut, a little more dense of a city, obviously, than Kansas City, but they have a 1,200-foot radius that you cannot put an existing gas station next to, or a new one next to an existing one. Detroit, Michigan is all the way at 1,000 feet. You cannot put a gas station next to an existing one within 1,000 feet. And then South Bend, Indiana is somewhat comparable to Kansas City, not so much on population, but general comparable city. It's only permitted to have a gas station in 4 of their zoning districts. And Denver, Colorado, they are proposing a 300-foot setback from a gas station being located next to a residential district. Our proposal is only 200 feet. This is to make sure that someone doesn't have to buy out both sides of a block if they want to rezone to put a gas station in, and we lose an entire street of housing. The local analysis that does not include Omaha, Nebraska, starting with Grandview. So there are 2 rows, number of zoning districts allowed by right. So in that community, you can just submit your building plans, number of zoning districts where it requires going before a board. And as you can see, all the cities that are surrounding Kansas City, they're pretty restrictive on where a gas station can be. We're saying it can be in every zoning district except for residential and office with the use of a special use permit. So everyone else is actually much more restrictive than we are.
Well, can I ask a question now, or you want us to wait?
You can ask now.
So with the SUP, that usually has a limited time frame. So is that addressed in this proposal?
We don't talk about time frame, as that would be up to the decision-making body and the community. Staff usually likes the applicant to work with the community. I imagine if the operator is a good neighbor, that the community would be open to a longer time period or no time period. But an SUP can always be revoked still if someone is not complying with regulations or being a good neighbor.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this map on the left is existing gas stations with a 1,500-foot buffer around it. So you would not be able to put an existing gas station in the blue dot. This also is a really good map to show you where we have some serious concentrations of gas stations in the city.
Andrew, I'm sorry. Can you remind me how do you measure the 1,500 feet?
It's from property line to property line.
Property line to property line, not building to building. Front
No,
door.
that's extremely difficult to measure. On the right is all of the parcels that are within 200 feet of a residential district. So in the red, you would not be allowed to put a gas station. So it's the inverse of that map you saw earlier that's green. Just flip-flop those. And I can go back to the maps later when we have questions. As you can see here in this slide, it's the B zoning districts. In red is the staff's recommendation to change the B4 zoning district from allowing a gas station by right, where you don't have to do public engagement or go before the CPC or BZA. So it would be consistent that all B zoning districts require a special use permit. I have received a lot of feedback from our town hall and prior to our town hall, with some individuals saying that we should allow gas stations by right in our manufacturing zoning districts. I'm going to show you examples as to why we should not do that. Manufacturing districts north and south of the river are actually very close to residential districts. They're not just isolated to one industrial area. So this is a great example. In the Crossroads, you could just put a gas station on every single property in the Crossroads by right. And is that where we want to go as a city? That's the policy question. That's why I believe that you should have a special use permit for this use. Right now, I could just submit my plans and build my gas station. Another great example, There's an existing gas station at 72nd in Warnell. This entire area in Waldo is primarily along Warnell Road zoned M. So again, this is why I believe staff's professional recommendation that we need special use permits for M zoning districts. It's right next to residential, right next to the trolley trail. There's a lot of street activity. The next few slides is just a breakdown of the proposed amendments. The applicability is new development, enlargements or expansions, changes to your facade, or change of use or occupancy. This is the same applicability that you see in all of our overlays, so this is nothing new. There is an exemption that if I am doing a larger development, let's say 30, 50 acre development with a grocery store, retail, restaurants, and I want to put a gas station there, in lieu of going through the special use permit process, you could get a gas station approved through the development plan process. So it would go to your body first, and then instead of going to the BZA, it would go to city council for final approval.
Why facade changes?
Facade changes, this is about the transparency, and we want to really encourage that we're getting four-sided architecture. So if someone is making improvements, this is feedback that we receive from the sponsor and some community feedback. We want gas stations to look better. And the facade changes is consistent with the Westport overlay that was recently passed, and the Main Street overlay and the Troost overlay. So we're just being consistent.
So accepting the risk that someone might then decide not to do it because it's too much of a change.
If they can't do it, they would be able to, they could go before you and the Board of Zoning Adjustment to say, this is why I can't, I need a variance to these standards.
Question about that. So transparency, I was looking through that as well. With windows across the front, it seems like for visibility for police or whatever. So does that mean that we see it all the time on all of our gas stations with like all the different
Window signs.
advertisings and all, so they can't have any of that, or it has to be a certain amount of transparency?
So you'd be amazed at how many of those you see are not, it's just not allowed. The existing code right now, if a sign is inside of your window, it's what we call a window sign, you're only allowed to cover up 15% of the window. We just
So they're
don't,
just enforcing.
right.
Okay.
We don't have the staff to enforce that. And it's not just gas stations, it's a lot of retail establishments do that.
Yep.
I think of like cell phone stores you can't even see in. So that's already on the books of the 15%.
Sure.
But we wanted to provide the flexibility. If I'm doing a development plan, I don't have to go through CPC and BZA and then do a development plan. You should be able to package it all together and only one route to entitlement. Again, the point of this ordinance is to look at the concentration of this use, impact on residential districts, encourage more public engagement, and being uniform across our code with the special use permit requirement. Since our last meeting and since the town hall, staff, and this is not in the staff report, the first bullet point, that public engagement was originally proposed to be up to 750 feet for gasoline and fuel sales. After more consideration and discussion, the public engagement will be reduced to 300 feet to match what is currently on the books. So at one point there was a proposal to expand the public engagement required. That has been nixed. The other change that happened prior to the town hall, after our first meeting, there were a lot of questions about the 2,000 feet. That's in the Main Street overlay. Staff has recommended that we go with more of the national standard that is found in Atlanta, the 1,500 feet, since they were one of the first cities to propose the separation distance.
Does Denver have that kind of requirement?
Denver's doing a 1/4 mile. And as you saw, Detroit does 1,000. So it's a spectrum between 1,000 and 1,500 feet nationally.
One other question on location. So it says no such establishment, this is obviously the draft, shall be located within 200 feet of our zone district. Currently, the way a lot of our gas stations are, they abut residential neighborhoods, and the it's a house right directly next to it and an R district. Is that unrealistic, or are other people doing that as well? Like you have to have a buffer zone?
So other cities do it by just not allowing gas stations. So this is what we run into. You either just stop allowing gas stations, number one, you cap it. Number two, you just say it's not permitted in maybe any of the zoning districts except for one, which is what that slide I had earlier, other communities have done. Or in this case, what we're proposing are more standards to allow them in more places.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that the 200 feet, that applies to a new facility, not
Exactly.
an existing, that's wanting to upgrade
Well,
or
I mean,
do something.
Yeah, the only reason I say that is, with some of these larger cities that are higher density, compared to like kind of some of the more suburban areas here. Suburban areas, it makes a little bit more sense to have that, but in, downtown, you're, depending on where you're at, you might be right abutting like a neighborhood like that, like in Union Hill or Pendleton Heights or any of those areas. You don't really have a choice other than being within 200 feet because of how dense it is of an R district.
And I think the reason why we're recommending that is when you look at the concentration of where people actually live, you put on that 1,500-foot buffer.
Sure.
I don't see where we have a desert, perhaps, of where you would need another gas station
Gotcha.
that would run into that issue.
Understood.
The exciting parts, site and building layout. So we're really focused on entrances. This is from the public safety discussion, window transparency that you just brought up, getting some feedback from our stakeholders. The image below is a really, really good example in Parkville. As you can see, this is very high transparency. We're not asking for someone to give us 90+% transparency on the front facade. We know that someone would have to seek a variance to that every time they come in, most times. Staff is proposing a minimum front facade at 34.5%. I am seeking feedback. This question came up on the side of buildings because we know the coolers or the kitchen. This is why staff also prefers and recommends the special use permit process. When someone submits plans to possibly do an expansion or build a new gas station, we would ask for a floor plan and see where there are opportunities to increase transparency. And they can explain to the board why or why not they cannot achieve greater transparency. So really, we're focused on the front, and I was seeking feedback from the board about the sides of buildings. Officer Krebs has also mentioned related to the sides of buildings, if it's back of house. This brings up the question of, can this be managed through cameras instead of fake windows or additional windows? Another good example, this is the same site actually. This is the side of the building. There are no windows here. They do have a camera on the side, but this has really good landscaping and edging. It really sets a perimeter of where pedestrians should be. So the intent of this ordinance is to really delineate where someone should be moving or sitting, and to deter loitering and some of the nuisances that we see at some of these sites.
Andy, go back to that first one again. That one. That's the same building?
Yes. So this is the side, and this is the front.
And are you saying this would be allowed under these regs, or this is what you're trying to avoid?
What we're proposing is just setting a minimum standard for the front of the building.
And this would comply?
Oh, this complies. This is almost 80%. We're asking for a minimum of 34.5%. But this is just a great example that it can be done. We always hear that it can't be done, and I always like to have an example that someone was able to do it.
So when I look at that, I don't look at that as a gas station. That looks more like a retail building.
It's really impressive. And this is why it's important to have special use permits and go through the design process, because you end up with something that is safer and looks better.
But I thought your
Purpose.
I thought your proposal in the presentation says 50% transparency.
So this is, I finally received more feedback from some of the stakeholders, and I was waiting for their final number of what's practical. And that came in yesterday at about 1:30, maybe Monday at 1:30 after my staff report was posted. I'm okay to live with 34.5% instead of 50. Good question though. I did write 50. This is another good example of why we have dumpster regulations. This is the evolution and life of a dumpster at an existing site within city limits. Do you want to live next to this? Or see this on your drive to and home? Increased lighting. This is a really good example of good lighting. I think I would have a hard time not falling. I can see the stairs. It's great. The only thing that's not good about this picture that you can point out are the window signs.
I mean, you still have a couple dead zones, and that's at least what I notice all the time is it's not so much the lighting in front, it's the lighting around the sides of the building that
Yep.
always are the issue.
So with a special use permit, Officer Krebs and his team are really given an opportunity to fully review the project. If it doesn't require the special use permit, not as much staff gets to see the project. So this is why special use permits are important. Here is Commissioner Beasley brought this up at the last hearing. What about the objects in front of the store? And this is a perfect example. The ice cooler, we're okay with that being in the front. I'd much rather have it in the front. I always personally go to places where it's on the side, and I feel like this is a perfect opportunity to rob me because now my hands are full of ice and I'm on the side of the building. You got me. So having it in the front is very important, but they should have just moved it 10 feet over, and now it's not blocking the window. And that, again, the special use permit process would be able to enforce what's going on outside. Something very important right now with the Boulevard and Parkway standards, you cannot, if you have an existing gas station on a boulevard, you cannot expand it. It's a non-conformity. So a lot of operators are stuck in this dilemma where they can't make improvements to their existing site, and it's just not worth it without them either knocking it down or making a very large expansion. They just don't do any improvements. So the only way to find a balance between what the city is envisioning, what the neighborhoods have told us they want, and what the operator wants is a nicer looking store is to allow for them to apply for a certificate of legal non-conforming use, and existing sites would be allowed to expand through a special use permit. So we're fixing the issue of bad actors that say they cannot expand. Now they would be given the opportunity. And I'm sorry I exceeded my 5 minutes on my presentation, but the next steps is for, if approved today, this case will go to the Neighborhood Planning and Development Committee next Tuesday at 1:30, and the moratorium expires on October 7th. And that concludes my long presentation.
Okay, I think your time, you're not only staff, but you're also applicant, so,
Okay.
yeah. Other stuff to add, maybe, is there other questions from the commission? 'Cause
I got a couple questions.
Yeah, so do I.
we want to start, let's just kind of go.
Well, I've got let me.
That
close
works?
You can start and I'll jump back in. Sorry.
I was just wondering if there were exceptions for gas stations that are like in conjunction with a grocery store or a box store or anything like that.
They would still be, are you talking, for example, like a wholesaler that
Costco.
has
Like a
okay, I'm
Costco.
not saying names, but
Okay.
yes. No, so that would be allowed. And the carve out, that exemption that we had at the very beginning where we said development plan, something of that scale would go through the development plan process. And so that's why that exemption is in there. Because our code says if you build something that's more than 40,000 square feet, it triggers a development plan.
But the BP or the Phillips or whatever that wants to go in across the street from the Costco or whatever box store it is that going to get an exemption too?
No, because it's a concentration of the use. Again, we're looking at the environmental impacts of this use. So there would be no exemption. And it wouldn't be at these wholesalers, the gasoline and fuel sales is not accessory. It's just they have two principal uses.
So are the existing gas stations that are, I'm thinking of like the Hy-Vee or the grocery store that has a sister gas station, are they not going to be grandfathered in? And what's going to happen to those gas stations that if you have a Hy-Vee with a gas station or whatever it is across the street from the BP?
They would, if it's existing right now, they're allowed to get their certificate of legal non-conforming use.
So they're grandfathered in basically,
Correct. They're a lawfully established use.
but you can't install one in that
No.
situation. And there's no variance process or exception to doing any of that.
The question is, are you asking, can I get a variance to the separation distance? If I'm wanting to build a new grocery store with gasoline and fuel sales in the parking lot and there's a BP on the other side of the street, how do I move forward? Is that your question?
My question is more, if the grocery store or box store has an existing use and under their MPD and it's approved, and I want to put a Quick Trip or BP or whatever, obscure gas station, catty corner or within 1,500 feet, is there an application process you can go through to get an exception?
It would be a special use requesting, you guys would, it would essentially be you would say you recommend denial, but it would be something that we could review, correct?
I'm looking at leadership.
A person an applicant can always apply for a variance to the BZA. It wouldn't come to you, but I can't predict.
Sure. That's what I'm asking. Like, do they
Is there
have a way
relief?
to do it, even if they're not complying by the letter of the code? Could they still apply and it be approved by, however many bodies it's got to go through? If those governing bodies, such as the city council, felt like it was an appropriate place to put a gas station, they could approve it.
Exactly. That's the intent. I think another good example is, what if I want to put a gas station in an area where there are no other gas stations and I am 199 feet away from a residential zoning district. Can they get a variance to 2 feet? I think that would be appropriate.
But I would note that it wouldn't go to the city council. It would go through the Board of Zoning Adjustment.
Because they'd be seeking a variance.
Sure. Whatever the process is. I just want to make sure we have a process in place that can deal with those kinds of things if and when they are appropriate.
That's correct.
And then the only other concern that I have that I'm curious if maybe the officer can speak to it, but is doing stuff like this really just concentrating the crime in the places we already have these gas stations? And, part of me thinks, well, if you have 5 gas stations, you're distributing the crime. We're not eliminating the problem. We're just concentrating it in specific places.
So crime displacement is always going to be an issue that we encounter. So right now through the RTM data, what's showing is that within 100 feet of a gas station is where a lot of our crime concentration is. And so that's one reason why we've decided to partner with city planning as far as trying to get something passed to kind of have that focus on gas stations. And then if this passes, we'd like to see where our next steps could be on where we can make improvements, try and lower or reduce crime in other areas. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
So I have some related questions and thoughts. I guess, for starters, I think the intent of this is very, very good. I'm very excited about trying to solve some of the problems we're trying to solve. When I think about gas stations, I kind of feel like it's as diverse as retail in the sense that you could have 1,000 square foot shop and you could have a Costco. Like they're drastically different concepts, but they're both retail. And so if I don't have this data, but in my head, you know, like if you were to identify the 10 problem gas stations, in my mind, they probably don't look anything like the last 10 gas stations that were built in Kansas City. Maybe that's totally wrong, but I feel as though it's like if we're looking at a really, really diverse population of businesses and trying to treat them all the same, which is really, really tough. And so similar thought process on the idea of concentration of criminal activity. My concern is more so though, if, let's say this didn't happen and gas stations could be built even more easily than they are today, my intuition would be that the problem areas at gas stations would continue to be those that are already built, not the new ones that would have been built in the next 5 years. And so how do we do something that addresses those problem gas stations as opposed to focusing on like the potential that maybe someone builds one and they don't invest in it and they underinvest and they put it in the wrong spot and they design it poorly and then it becomes a spot for crime? Like how, is there any, you know, are there other tools we should be thinking about to address crime at the existing gas stations that aren't being good community members?
Yeah, so our next step is to have discussion with neighborhoods as far as chapter 48. Because yes, there are things already in code that we can look at to try and enforce some of the bad actors. So that's going to be also take place after this. The one problem that you have with you don't want to, you want to have standards that are going to be across the board for everybody, because when you start targeting certain locations, then that's when you start getting into some problems. Like people are going to say we're being discriminatory against certain businesses and that sort of thing. So what we want to have is overall standard for everyone. And then, yes, for the bad actors, that's when we're going to start meeting with the multidisciplinary approach. We're going to start meeting with city codes and seeing what we can do to start taking enforcement action upon, other regulations that may already be on the books.
So I'm gonna add to that then. So to me, again, I agree. I think these are all great standards. Are we working backwards in that approach where we're setting rules for new gas stations, grandfathering in existing gas stations that already have the issue, making it harder for people that might want to do it the right way to build, which, I could argue that, well, gas station, old gas station here, new gas station comes across the street, that's better, newer, gets all the business. This one goes out of business, the one that's not conforming or whatever, but it's going to make it harder and they can't build anymore because of that. I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm just trying to see, because what my concern is that we aren't handling the underlying issue. We're setting something for the future, but making it harder for the people that potentially want to do it correctly, and making it basically giving a free pass to the people that already are in process.
I'm going to steal a phrase that the sponsor, Councilman Curls, has said when this question that you just asked has been brought up before with other stakeholders.
Sure.
You can't eat an elephant in one bite. Right now, we have zero standards for this use. And I completely agree, as a city, comprehensively across all departments, that we need to look at retail sales, period. We have been assigned to look at this one use. Could it be viewed that it's too late with how many gas stations we already have? Yes. But look at how many other municipalities in our region already have very similar standards, or they just don't allow them anymore. And I will also just state, to be devil's advocate, everyone always thinks new is good. New is good. Without these standards, the new gas stations will be possibly the bad actors that we have now in 20 to 25 years. So that is my response to that.
That concern is easily my biggest concern. I feel as though the retail environment, especially in the past 20 years, has become more competitive than ever. And that for the most part, across industries, new entrants have to be better capitalized, smarter with design, better with customer service, et cetera, to survive. I mean, there are very few examples that go against that trend. And so the parts that I love about this, I really love. Like I love a lot of these design standards that make a lot of sense. The ones that are the most concerning are exactly what Commissioner Arkin said, is that the restriction of 1,500 feet to me is an anti-competitive, restriction, where I can't think of, and I totally get there are situations where I'm sure there's an exception to this. But new operators, I would imagine, aren't going to be going to the locations that have the most criminal activity and the most problems right now, um, if not for trying to put something better forward or change something. I just can't imagine a business owner saying, I want to spend my money, my capital, my time, my energy in a place where I'm going to contribute to a problem and not, improve upon it. And so there have been a lot of instances in the past 15 years where, just to name one, Quick Trip has competitively gone diagonal across from someone else and run a gas station out of business. We had a lot of national pipeline incidences where some of these businesses were very troubled on a national level. Their financials were a mess, and it was an opportunity for new gas stations to enter the market, put forth what customers have proven to say is they believe a better product, and perhaps Kansas Cityans are better for it. I don't know. But the point being, I think that there's some really good parts of this that kind of get undermined for me by having something that's so anti-competitive that allows the ones that we're most concerned about to stay there in perpetuity, because we're saying, hey, not only do we think you're a bad actor, we're now going to prevent competition, and we're going to make sure that no one can come in and put something better next to you that would force you to be better. And often what we've found in America, where whether you like it or not, we're a relatively capitalist economy, we've decided that the best way to improve things is letting the free market determine that. And so we're taking away that massive tool for a neighborhood to just now be stuck with a bad gas station for decades. And that sucks.
Just a quick response to that. It was just discussed earlier, Commissioner Lynch, about relief from the separation distance. So if a neighborhood wants a bad actor out and there's a national competitor that they support, they can go through the special use permit process and seek a variance to that separation distance. The whole point of the separation distance is to address the environmental impacts of this.
I appreciate hearing that, because I think that could help address it a ton. My fear, of course, would be that certain national companies decide that, hey, we're just not going to play in Kansas City.
There's also a national company that's currently buying troubled sites, the bad actors in high crime areas, and they reached out to me and said, how would this impact me if we want to expand the store? I said, go through the special use permit process. That was the end of the conversation. So that's currently already happening.
Yeah.
But are those good actors going to tolerate going through the process of doing that? Or
yeah.
are we making it too difficult for them?
I will say this, that building plans, you're looking at 4 to 8 weeks prior to your permit. The SUP process is 4 to 6 weeks. So they can run concurrently. You start your review process. So that would be my response to that.
So the next thing I'll try to quickly touch on, again, I think the great parts of this are really, really great. Immediately, I always try to think of things that aren't going to conform. And so there's a tiny, very old gas station in Brookside that, is part, you can get your oil changed, things like that. And it's right across from housing. There's the one at 79th and Warnell that I frequent a lot that abuts housing. And I think that's a classic example, as you brought up, Warnell. I would, if we are going to take this thing one bite at a time, I would ask that we take smaller bites and add to it, and that we see what works, and that we continue to mount things, and we add pressure, and we layer on things that work, and we build a good foundation, as opposed to maybe going too far first. Because I think that up and down Warnell, it's just such a unique area. As you know, this commission has had frustration with it being an M-zoned area, and you can have public storage go up, right? Or a self-storage go up next to housing. And so it can be problematic for sure, but that's an area where I think, based upon the context of Warnell, a lot of people would think a gas station contextually fits, even though I live right over here. So I think that there are plenty of examples where, especially in unique parts of the city with maybe not consistent zoning, but my ask to you all would be thinking of the places where maybe that's a phase 2 addition. And what we do first is we start with phase 1 to make sure that everything that gets added really makes sense.
So what is phase 1?
I think the design standards make a lot of sense. I think every single application going through a process where it gets looked at, I think the SUP makes sense. I agree. We don't need to have gas stations built by right. I think they can go through a process where they have to work with the city. You look at each one as an individual, and we start to collect data. And we realize, you know what, this separation actually hasn't been an issue on the last 10 applications, but this other thing was an issue that we hadn't really thought about. So let's do a version 2. Let's layer on something else.
So phase 2 would be your separation distances.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, and I need to think through it more because I clearly have spent only a fraction of the time you all have. But I just think it's to do something so unique and so big, again, where I feel like the population that we're trying to address is very, very, very diverse. It seems like incrementalism is a good way to go.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe that separation also includes a variance process that's written out of how you really can address that.
Okay.
I kind of like that idea as well.
Can you tell us more about the public engagement that you have with the stakeholders? Like what?
Yep. So we did originally reach out to Center for Neighborhoods, as they have more contacts than staff does, easily and readily available. The sponsor as well, Councilman Curls, is from the 5th Council District. As you've seen in other cases, those neighborhoods are very active with this use. And then public engagement, we did reach out to the larger national operators to get their feedback, especially when we kept asking for what is your transparency minimum that you can do. Received phone calls from their council with very straightforward questions, very similar questions to yours. How do I expand? Am I allowed to expand? And then the town hall, I would say throughout the 2 hours, we probably had 30 to 35 people come in and out.
And the business owners, the current gas station owners, do they like these new standards?
To be honest with you, this goes back to, I think, Commissioner Ender's point about competition and living in a capitalistic society. A lot of the operators like the separation distance. And that's because they can't have someone set up shop next door to them.
And to be honest, like I'm not, 1,500 feet, it's literally like not even a minute drive.
2 blocks.
Yeah. So,
Quarter mile. Over a quarter mile.
I see your point, but also like I don't think having another one across the street is gonna make the bad actor fix their business. Like what's the feeling when you go and engage these business owners? What's the feeling like on these sites where more crime is happening? Where are they not fixing their business?
So when I go do these septet assessments for gas stations, a lot of things that I've noticed is obviously their illumination, their lighting. Some of the other things is obviously with the bad actors is the window transparency is huge. And then same thing when we actually had the public engagement, I had a couple people come up to me and they were excited to hear about the transparency, because they even said that it's not just gas stations in my neighborhood that I feel unsafe going into when they put advertisements all over their windows and I can't see in, they can't see out. It's also liquor stores and other retail establishments in my neighborhood. So that's one of the big things. Those 2 big things in the design standards is what we see all the time.
If enforcement's a problem now, what are we going to do to fix the enforcement in the future, even if the glazing standards go through?
Well, and this is where Andy and I have talked about the multidisciplinary approach at getting all the city departments together and us all working together as far as going into these businesses. I know we're already starting to do that with the RTM task force, whereas they're going into all these different areas where the RTM numbers are really high. And we're going in there with city codes, fire department. They're taking all the different city departments in there, and we're just kind of hitting them with all the, using education first, and then if things don't get changed, then they're hitting them with all the citations.
And then can you kind of walk us through the process? So I know, the fire department process and I know the health department process, but like what would the process be? How quickly can it get changed, and how many strikes does someone have until they get shut down or something?
So the whole septet stuff is all brand new to our agency, right? So as far as like when I go do an assessment now, I don't have any, I can do the assessment and then it's all education. There's no enforcement that I can take as of right now. Now, if I see something that's like a code violation, I'll submit a 311 ticket into city codes and, let them do their thing. And then as far as like, yeah, it depends on what that city entity has as far as how long they have to get the business owner to clean up their stuff.
So another question on kind of related to existing ones. So let's say, I'll give you an example. Let's say a gas station needs relatively large renovation. They're grandfathered in. Are they going to have to meet code, meet all these new standards when they do that renovation?
Yes. That is how all of our existing overlays are already stated. So that's already a policy of the city. We're being consistent with what is already on the books. For if I have a building on the Troost overlay,
And there, I mean, so
I would have to follow the same.
a lot of what I've noticed, so I live pretty much close to the Independence corridor. A lot of your problem gas stations are right along that area. I've noticed, because I've looked for building permits and stuff when they start working on those gas stations and renovating stuff and putting up, none of them have those. They don't have any signage permits, and there's no enforcement on it. So my concern is that we are adding standards that now the police are gonna, or you guys are gonna review, which you guys are already overwhelmed. And now we're adding more standards, which I believe are more important than the building standards, is whatever we do to fix what the problem already. Do you see something in your department that you guys are increasing manpower for these type of things, or are we still running 300 people short?
Oh, so as you know, we're still short, but we're trying to take other approaches as a department. So if you read the chief's crime plan, she said she's all about these multidisciplinary approaches as far as trying to solve some of our problems. So one of the things that the department's allowed me to do is to work side by side with city planning as far as reviewing plans. Yes, I'm the only one reviewing the plans currently. We are trying to get other officers trained into reviewing plans to where it's beneficial for all our community interaction officers to know kind of what's coming into their area, because that's all conversation starters for them when they go to all these community meetings and that sort of thing. So getting them involved in possibly doing these reviews will kind of help offset some of that workload.
And
Okay.
just a quick response, really the only design standard in the proposal is the window transparency.
Sure.
And raising your dumpster 6 inches. We're not asking for a certain type of brick or roof material.
Lighting and then not having
Lighting and all.
stuff
Yeah, there was
reflect.
also like foot candles and
The lighting, right, is already required on your
Okay.
applications, your
I think the
photometric
septic
plan.
stuff is like a no-brainer, like makes sense. We should design buildings that are safer.
We just
Like
don't
that-
have it on paper.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think it's just the other pieces that are tougher.
What happened with the back door? Because in the last meeting you mentioned it, like having 2 doors.
We changed the
Correct.
language to all public entrances because we know it wouldn't be feasible for every door. So just where the public would be entering and exiting,
One.
just one.
So yes, I do have plenty.
Okay, go right ahead.
I know we are creatures of habits and we can talk more readily on areas that we are familiar with. But I'd like to bring it back to our attention. It was stated that new stations would not come into what is considered a crime high area. We had 22nd and Jackson that came in, tore down their existing station, built a new one. We had 23rd and Cleveland. I believe they're still on hold. They're in the process of building that station and then came back and wanted to put gas sales with it. 27th and Prospect was before us just recently. That person was on hold and we were able to go ahead and clear him because he had already constructed it. It was just some minor things that he still needed to do. 27th in Indiana is one of the older but newer gas stations that have been erected. I bring all of those up because I started thinking when you were telling us about the residential areas, 22nd and Jackson, smack dab in residential. 23rd and Cleveland, smack dab in residential, but it also has a cemetery across from it, so it does lower the residential rates. 27th and Prospect is a combination. residential, police departments across the street, churches on the other corner. So when we look at trying to limit the density and increase the safety, I want y'all to remember areas that you're not familiar with. I believe this is why this came about. Your concentration is more on the east side of Kansas City. So yes, my other concern, I looked at 43rd and Paseo when you brought up the boulevards. Very active station, smack dab in residential. 47th and Paseo. More of a commercial corner, very busy corner. Really no residential in that immediate area. So I believe staff has brought up concerns that we do need to address. And then some of you have mentioned national change. None of these new stations are national change. These are small providers. So keep that in mind when you're talking about changes that affect the whole community, and try not just to focus into your area. My concern when I asked about the SUP were for those existing stations that needed to have improvements, that did have those safety concerns. How can we work with that provider to bring them up to where they need to be? I look at, and I mentioned this the last time we talked about this. I live at I-70 in Prospect. We have a new station that came in on the corner of Truman Road and Prospect. And I said, where'd that come from and how did it get here? So I think what you told us this morning, because of the location and that 40 acres or whatever you had termed it, they didn't have to come through a community engagement process. But I have a gas station on on Truman Road and Prospect. I have a gas station right across I-70 at 13th and Prospect. I have the police gas station directly across the street from that. If I go up to 9th Street, I have a gas station that's in the 800 block of Prospect. That's just going one direction. If I go east and west, I've got a gas station at Paseo. I've got a gas station at Brooklyn. I've got that gas station I mentioned at Prospect. I have a gas station at Cleveland. And I believe there's one more gas station that I can't visualize, but we used to have a Quick Trip right before you hit the bridge.
Yep.
Is it still there? I think it's still there. They expanded that location. That's what we're looking at when we look at concentration. And what do those gas stations try to provide besides beside the gasoline? They try to address the food desert. They have food, but they have liquor. And we all know liquor is an issue. So I appreciate the challenges you've addressed in trying to improve our process. Councilman Curls, thank you for bringing this to our attention, because I think everyone has blinders on when it's not in their community. Thank you.
Do you have a sense of, so the new gas stations that have, so you gave two examples, I think, one of brand new gas stations and then gas stations that redeveloped in their own spot. So my hope would be that the redevelopment is positive. If there were design standards, the redevelopment would be held to a standard, which would be even more positive.
And it came before us.
And so then what you like about the limitation, then I imagine what you're saying is you do want that restriction of 1,500 feet because but it seemed as though that would have potentially prevented that one new gas station that you just talked about, but the rest of them are existing.
Which one would be prevented?
I thought you mentioned that there was one brand new gas station that you were surprised and you were trying to figure out how that came.
Truman and Prospect, because the zoning was B4, so they just had to submit building plans.
It would have also stopped Independence and the one that the car ran into, and they did the whole basically and it just reopened again down the street from the BP over off of Independence.
Well, but I'm thinking of brand new. And so what I like about the idea of SUP is that
Seven
there's
eleven.
still the opportunity for people to review a project and say, there's too much, this doesn't make sense in this neighborhood, there's too much density, as opposed to saying, well, the rule says, because let's talk about, if someone's going up towards the airport, out towards, Truman on 70, different parts where it's a different context, it's a highway context, and maybe having that extra gas station on the other on-ramp or something might make sense. And so that's where, again, I agree with you completely that the concentration in parts of our city is problematic. And I just think there might be more tools at our disposal than having a rote standard of 1,500 feet.
So what I think I hear you saying is even in those areas where the density is not there, that you feel that 1,500 would limit new construction coming in. And what I'm looking at is we already have areas that 1,500 needs to be in place because we're already over capacity. So is that what we're doing? We're looking at areas where there's room for growth and you don't like the 1,500. And I'm looking at areas where there's no room for growth and I like the 1,500.
And if for some reason there was a situation in which a new operator wanted to compete against a problematic operator, I would be all for that. And I would want to create an environment where that could happen, because I feel as though that's a more likely solution than than the city citationing someone out of business, because we haven't seen that happen. Like our existing.
I don't see that ability. The areas that already are oversaturated, I don't see the ability for a new one to come in.
And again, I'm not, so it seems as though we're trying to use like a tool of city planning to fix an existing problem, and that's just not what city planning does. And I think that's one of our problems is like, we have an enforcement issue. We have another, I don't see how we're going to be able to, unless someone's renovating their building, which is a great opportunity to have these standards, and I'm very for it. But otherwise, I don't see how we are going to affect existing gas stations in a positive way.
Not
believe
with
we
what's being
can.
proposed right now.
Yeah, I believe we can. Because the main thing that is driving this, in addition to the closeness or the area, is your transparency. Your septet issues that are being in here will help us drive improvement in those existing ones.
Well, they're not enforced though on the existing ones
But
currently.
we can't give neighborhoods a chance.
And a zoning violation goes through Mr. Duddy's division, the compliance division in development management. So it wouldn't be Chapter 48 neighborhoods. So I agree with what Commissioner Enders is saying, but we've been tasked by Councilman Curls to find solutions to improve the existing conditions that we're in right now.
Yeah, I just know that at least our neighborhoods have done quite a bit to try and get enforcement on these gas stations, and I have not seen a lot of that in my time here. So my concern is that we are solving a problem moving forward, but that, I guess, here's a better question. How long do you see that next step taking to enforce on existing gas stations? Realistically.
Well, so I'd like to schedule a meeting as far as discuss Chapter 48 probably within the next month or so. And then, so what, maybe a year out?
And priority for the talking about review times and all that kind of stuff. I'm assuming if something does come through and these standards or some form of these standards gets imposed on existing gas stations, that would take priority. And who would be reviewing that? Or you have police driving by. If you see something, are you going to send a violation at that point, or does it? No?
They're
Still
driving by, that's not their intent, no.
So it's still 311.
I'm sorry.
I will
This
say,
department does not enforce the zoning code.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is in what we propose, is there going to be some other level of enforcement outside of through 311 or no?
everything in the city is either through 311 or 911.
Yep.
and then it is sent to the correct department.
Okay.
I mean, as Officer Krebs said, we anticipate continuing to work with him in the multidisciplinary task force to identify ways that we need to be taking enforcement action.
Sure.
I don't know that we could give you a time frame for any of that today.
Sure.
But we continue to work with him and, the other members of that task force on, what we need to be doing in order to effectuate enforcement of our existing codes and ordinances.
Sounds good.
Do we have any idea, like, how big the city ordinance docket is every month or every week? I don't know when they hear those cases, but I mean, what does it take to get somebody in front of a judge for a city ordinance violation?
That Mr. Duddy is on the call. He does not handle Chapter 48, which is neighborhoods, the nuisance.
So as far as our court dates, they're set out 28 days or our policy says our court dates are set out 28 to 75 days.
But I mean, how many cases are on it? Average docket?
Would you like Mr. Duddy to speak to?
Anybody who has that information, sure.
Hello, Commission. This is James Duddy. Currently, what would occur, the violation would come in through the 311 system. We would investigate. They would receive a notice of violation that they have 15 days to correct. At the expiration of that 15 days, the site would be re-inspected. If it's still in violation, a summons would be issued. Current docket runs approximately 30 days before the arraignment. Our current docket is variable depending on how many cases, but we do run a weekly docket. So probably within 15 days for the notice of violation to expire, then an additional 30 days for it to be registered on the docket and for the arraignment.
Do you have any idea how many, what would an average docket be? 100 cases, 500 cases, 10?
On an average Monday docket, well, it's not, there's multiple entities that are on the docket. Neighborhood preservation is on the docket. Sometimes animal control, those will be on the docket. But our docket is very specific. Only the cases that we've registered are for zoning are on the docket. It varies on how many summons we've issued, but we do run the docket for the entire day. So if we have 10 cases, we're on the docket for 10 cases. If we have 20 cases, we're on the docket for that day for 20 cases.
And would 20 cases be a big docket?
Well, we're kind of getting into a little bit of the weeds. There are actually two we have a Monday docket. Every Monday is the zoning compliance docket. There are actually two dockets. There's a 9 o'clock in the morning docket, which is an in-person docket, and then an 11 o'clock virtual docket. The 11 o'clock virtuals are generally for arraignments, 9 o'clock are for trials. We spend the entire day in-house dealing with the docket. I would say average is probably maybe 10 to 12 zoning cases per Monday.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we've had a lot of good discussion and thought here. I'd like to hear from the public and hear what they have to say first, and then come back and talk some more. I do have some questions on the actual language and things that are in the standard. Maybe we can go over those afterwards. So I'd like to hear from the public. With that, open it up for public involvement. And so those are here with us. So I'll hear those first. Just kind of make a line there and speak. And then once we get through everybody here joining us locally, then we'll ask for those to speak that are joining us virtually.
I'll just remind our online participants, you'll need to raise your hand and accept the promotion in order to speak and give testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Patricia Jensen with the Ross Fretz Law Firm. Here today on behalf of a number of the developers and the actual gas station operators. They include Quick Trip, this station, which I believe was one of Andy's examples. It's Alan Homebrecker's gas station businesses. and Star Hunt Midwest MD Management. You've heard a lot of testimony. There's a lot of things for me to try to combat. So these are the notes I took during this whole discussion. You asked some very good questions. I want to keep in mind, which is what a lot of you have aimed towards, is keep in mind these new station owners, mostly the big ones that you like, the Quick Trips of this world, go where they are welcomed and appreciated. They're not going to bother even following the process. If it's lengthy, if it's uncertain, they'll take their $3 million, $4 or $5 million investment and go outside the city, because there are plenty of places you can go outside the city without all these standards. So I've heard a number of things. I'm going to talk about first to talk about the discussion you heard about staff. The time frame that Andy said that you can get your approval in 4 to 6 weeks is not the case. From the time I file an application, according to their schedule, I'm at least 8 weeks out before I get approvals. And then you got to, because gas station operators aren't going to submit building plans until they're not going to waste their time and money until they know they've got the approval. So then you've got another 8 to 12 weeks out for building permits. And I want you, I think you all have been very careful about the message you're sending to the people who want to invest. The special use permit process is very troublesome. It takes 4 out of 5 votes at the Board of Zoning Adjustment to get your special use permit. It is not just a majority of the 5 voting members. It's 4 out of 5 votes. Plus, you've already brought into play that currently in a lot of the situations today, the BZA will just grant it for a certain time frame. 5 years, I've seen a lot as the 5 years, sometimes it's 3 years. Our guys aren't going to make the investment if they're going to be told in 3 or 5 years they can't continue to exist. They've got investors in their properties. They aren't going to do it. The CLN expansion, I don't see in the proposed language where they can do the expansion if they're within 200 feet of a residential. That language doesn't exist. It states that CLNs issued for gas stations apply to all non-conforming aspects, including the separation expressly established. And it says, they can expand the existing structure or construct a new structure. The expansion shall follow the special use permit procedures and may be approved by the Board of Zoning Adjustment. They don't say that the standards that are now established don't apply specifically. So clarification needs to be added on that. And you brought out the fact that why aren't we addressing the bad operators now? I mean, the city has lots of tools in its toolbox to address the bad actors, but yet you're going to put in standards that will prevent people from providing the competition to be the good operators that you want to be operated in the city. I know Andy showed a slide where he's talked about, and I'm going to have to examine some of this stuff, about how all these other cities, these area cities, have similar standards. That's not true. I spent time looking at North Kansas City, Liberty, Parkville, Gladstone, Platte Cities ordinances last night. They don't have the design standards that you're talking about or the separation requirements. And they permit, you got to look at their zoning districts. They're permitted in most of their zoning districts. I don't understand also the comment that somehow we're providing more area to permit these uses compared to what exists today. That's not true. You're limiting the areas. I know, sorry, just give me a couple minutes. I know that Andy used Quick Trip at 72nd and Warnell as an example because it is in an M1 zoning district, the existing station. Could I have a couple more minutes without that? So yes, that's true. Quick Trip's being hailed as a hero in that neighborhood right now because they acquired the existing Burger King that was there, which caused all kinds of houseless problems. What you're doing now is going to affect Quick Trip's ability to rebuild on that site. And then the town hall meeting really wasn't a public engagement meeting to me and how we have to handle public engagement. It didn't allow for larger discussion. It was an individual one-on-one discussion. Then finally, let me get to so I've got about 5 issues with the current ordinance. One is the special use permit process. Andy's saying that anything approved through a development plan doesn't have to follow the design requirements contained in this ordinance. That's not what it says in the exemption. So we need to clarify that section. If you really don't have to build those stations according to the standards here, the exemption language says exemptions, new and gasoline and fuel cell uses approved through the development process. That doesn't say they don't have to comply with all of your new design standards. Separation distances, one of the things you asked about was providing for separation, providing for allowing greater or less separation if they're divided by a highway like the Costco gas station from Allen Homebrecker's planned gas station in Twin Creeks Village. That wasn't addressed in the current section. The transparency provisions is a real issue. You've heard now that they're going to lower the transparency to 34.5%, which is the percentage I provided to Andy about Quick Trip's current stores. Quick Trip's side transparency is 10.2%. That's important because Quick Trip has all of the storage areas, their kitchen and everything at the back of the store. So they can't increase the side transparency. I'm happy to hear about the reduction of the neighborhood notification to 300 feet. The non-conforming use, yes, it addresses some things, but if an existing gas station gets destroyed by more than 50%, they have no right to rebuild. And if they don't conform to the ordinance, that use will be gone.
Okay, can you?
The vehicular use area, keep in mind, we load stores from behind. And that's called the vehicular use area where our loading and unloading is going on. So that would create a problem. I don't think you want to see vehicular loading and unloading from the front or the sides of the store. And then finally, we believe that you've asked lots of good questions. This process needs to slow down enough that those can be addressed before final approval going on. I know that Councilman Curl's concern is that the moratorium is expiring, I think, on October 9th. There's no reason you can't extend it for a couple of weeks in order to get this right. So,
Chair Crowell, can I ask a quick question? Since Ms. Jensen, since you represent so many gasoline stations, you addressed it a little bit with transparency. It sounds as though most of the gas stations you work with would not find most of the SEPTED requirements problematic. Is that general?
You got to keep in mind, they want to reduce crime. I mean,
So
so.
in general, is that the right assumption though, that the
You gotta
industry?
specify it, but yes.
Okay.
I mean, Quick Trip works all the time to reduce crime. In fact, Quick Trip on 68th and 169 was robbed recently. They've got security cameras that provide 360 security. They don't want to subject to be subject to crime. If you notice, Quick Trip used to have the model where you had the front entrance and the two side entrances. They have closed those side entrances because of the crime of people running in and stealing and leaving right now.
Might I ask, are you finished?
Yep.
Might I ask the question as well? Help me understand how this proposal would affect the location at Warno, when you said that you've taken over the Burger King space. And if they wanted to expand, there would be an issue. Help me understand.
We're gonna demolish that existing store
Okay.
and rebuild out there. We would not be permitted to rebuild because the site is too close to residential areas and other areas.
So it's more than or less than the new 300?
No, 200 feet, yeah.
200 feet?
That is incorrect because there was a carve out in the moratorium for this store to move forward.
But yes, there is, but these
That's just
standards,
incorrect.
these standards will apply. So if you want to provide a like exception in this proposal, that's what you need to include. Because once the moratorium expires and this is in place, we're going to be subject to this new ordinance. And Sarah can correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're correct. Yes, you would be subject to the new ordinance. I'm not sure I'm following on what the issue is with that particular location, but.
Well, there's a number of issues with
But they were,
My main concern is I'm visualizing the area. And you're saying that it would affect your ability to rebuild because of the residential component being close to residential?
yes. I mean, that's part of it.
and we did discuss that the variant SUP exception, if they are 100, 201 feet or 199 feet from residential, you can seek a variance. And they were just declared a champion for knocking that down. So it sounds like the community would want a good actor to expand their use. So it's a perfect example of the public being able to control their own domain in their neighborhood.
Yeah, again, the special use permit process is troublesome, so.
Okay, anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Tim Roth. Just a quick question for the officer and Andy. Was there any consideration to carve out the credit card only options, which would be like the Costco, the one you mentioned in Brookside? Those are truly just gas stations. This sounds like we're talking about convenience stores and gas stations. Just curious on that clarification.
It's still a gas station. I'm trying to follow the
Well,
question.
I think what he's asking is, so for instance, off of Penway, there's a Sinclair, nothing inside. All it is you pull up, put your card in,
Mhm.
out. Are their requirements different than these other requirements?
No, it still falls under the definition of gasoline and fuel sales. It doesn't matter if there's an attendant there or not. Just like a hotel, if it had a robot at the front desk instead of a human.
Well, it's a good point because it makes me think of the 7-Elevens that don't have gas, which could be just as problematic as a convenience store.
Exactly,
Because if they're selling liquor and, you know.
And I would be
well-
curious from the officer if there's any studies on crime in those particular ones. They're small, they're very few, but like the Costco and that one in Brookside, they don't offer all the convenience. And in my opinion, that's what attracts some of the issues. So I didn't know if there was just a clarification. Those happen in rural areas quite a bit. And I think it's only a matter of time before they start coming into the big cities. And I would like for that to be an option.
Yeah, I'll have to, I don't have data on hand on as far as on that, but I can look into it for sure.
Hi, my name is Angela Clarity. I'm a member of the Hickman Mills United Neighborhoods Group. We represent a large area that spans between East 87th Street all the way past Raytown Road. We actually just connected with the View High and Longview residents. We have united all the way up through Ruskin. And then we've also connected with Hillcrest and then all the way over to Homes Gardens. Hi, Denise, if you're online. And so we represent a very large piece of the area of 5th District, 6th District, and maybe even a little bit of 3rd District, if I'm not wrong. And so one thing that I haven't really heard anybody talk about today when it comes to the gas stations is the environmental impact. I'm going to leave someone else to talk about that. But really, I want you to think about a question that my kids asked me, which is, Mom, why do we have over 5 gas stations, but not one good grocery store? And I couldn't really answer that question. And so that kind of brought me here today. And that's why I thought it was so important to just bring our perspective. I know a lot of the gas stations that you all mentioned were in areas where I would actually go out of my neighborhood to go and get gas there. So I want you to kind of think about if you have 5 gas stations in your neighborhood that you don't even want to go to. And so this is a problem that needs to be solved one way or another, whether it be through city planning or crime and safety or neighborhoods. I think it's something we all need to work on together. And so I super appreciate everybody here and all the questions. You all have made me think about things that I hadn't even thought about. So thank you, everybody. This is a really, really good cause for us to all be here. I know someone talked about other areas and how they have implemented some of these strategies to help curb some of the behavior that happens at gas stations. Lee Summit is one of them. I know they have these things in place because I go to Lee Summit to get gas sometimes. And so that, I think, speaks for itself. We have enough gas stations in Kansas City. There's over 163. I have not seen anyone driving around looking for a gas station. I've never seen anybody pull over and say, hey, I have a hard time finding a gas station. So I think as a wave of the future, why are we even thinking about upsetting people that are trying to bring more gas stations into the community when we already have enough? I would like to see maybe some more EV stations, or maybe some alternatives to gasoline. But the reasons why our gas stations are not a good fit for the neighborhood is because if you think about what it's like living next to these gas stations and the impact that it has on our children, the air quality, the noise, the traffic, the speeding cars in and out all hours of the night, the hazardous materials, the flammables. A lot of our gas stations, we have people that are openly displaying and carrying weapons. And so that makes us really nervous when you have all these flammable things all around you. And then you have open weapons. The thing that allows all this is these gas stations, it's not like they want this to happen. I don't think they lack guardianship. They lack guardianship. There is nothing out there to prevent anything from happening ever. I asked one of my friends who works at the gas station down the street, I said, how does that make you feel when these kids come in here with the guns up to their throats, hanging out of their sweatpants? How does that make you feel working here? And he said, he feels vulnerable. He said, there's nothing he can do. He said, all he can do is ask them not to bring it in. By the time you call anyone or report it, it's, an hour later sometimes before someone would show up and the people are already gone. And so having all of these gas stations so close to all of these houses is causing a problem. Our kids, we don't have a store where they can walk and buy produce. We're going to the gas station. They're buying candy. They're buying junk food. People are buying alcohol and tobacco because that's the only options and accessibility that we have. So we would like to stop the oversaturation. We would love to expand the perimeter for which another gas station can be built. We don't see the need for a new gas station to come in and put new underground tanks in our community where we've already had a hard time getting them to come and remove the old ones that are already seeping in, I mean, it takes sometimes over a decade just to get them to come and remove those tanks. So why do we want to encourage more, And then someone made a comment about they didn't think that new gas stations were trying to come in where there were already an oversaturation, and that's not true. We have, 3 that we've warded off in the last few years, and we have 2 that we know of right now that are waiting for this moratorium to expire so they can get their applications in. And we already have 13 within that area. We ask that you please help push this through as quickly as possible before the moratorium ends and keep it as a special use permit. Keep as much public engagement required as possible, because there's no shortage of gas stations, and we're all impacted by this.
Thank you.
you.
Hi, I'm Taylor Main. I live in the same neighborhood. I'm an architect and urban planner. I've been through the special use permit process. It's not that bad if you've got a good product. Neighbors don't fight it. The environmental impact of these gas stations, all the dead ones you see around, we don't feel it now, but it's our community that's paying for it, and that will continue to pay for it for the next 100 years. And will we need gas stations in 100 years? I think the locational buffer is very gentle. The 1,500 feet, very gentle. The 200-foot buffer from residential, very gentle. It could be double that. Both of those could be double that. The other issue is when a gas station is done being a gas station, oftentimes they're not a big enough structure to be anything else. All those corners where the gas stations occupy, that's an opportunity cost. That could have been any number of other things that would have had a positive impact on the community, that could be community owned, and that could bring economic value into the community rather than extracting value, extracting lifespan. So this is a very small step in the right direction. And I'm urging you to push it through as quickly as you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Barnett. I live in the Hickman Mills area for 33 years. I have seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And right now it's really ugly, considering we have the biggest TIF in the state of Missouri sitting at the Oracle Cerner property. The city is not able to enforce the codes that are on the books. So this needs to be tweaked. We need the special use permit to make sure things do not get more out of hand. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Tom Meyer, Neighborhood Planning and Design Coordinator at the UMKC Center for Neighborhoods and a resident of South Hyde Park neighborhood in Kansas City, Missouri. I think we all know that gas stations are a dinosaur industry, right? They rely on dinosaur fuel, but the meteor's already hit with this industry. This industry is going away, whether they like it or not. And we need to plan for what's left behind when they're gone. And that's the underground storage tanks for this gasoline, which continue to pollute for decades and decades and decades after they're gone. We've heard from a number of neighborhood organizations that we serve and work with on a daily basis that have to deal with underground storage tanks. At 31st and Mercington, the EPA is trying to work out which underground storage tank is actually polluting people's homes. They have gasoline fumes in their homes from these underground storage tanks that are leaking. There are so many of them that they can't figure out which one is responsible. We can't continue to add to that problem. It's ridiculous when this industry is going to be dead in 20 to 30 years. Frankly, we're doing them a favor by encouraging them to get out of an industry that's not going to pay off for much longer. So I would support an indefinite moratorium on gasoline stations at the very least. And at most, if we can get onerous regulations to prevent future polluting effects, that would be in line with every plan that this city has passed for the last dozen or so years. Look at the Climate Resiliency Plan. Look at the KC Spirit Playbook. All of them reference land development that does not pollute further the neighborhoods of Kansas City, Missouri. It's in the plans already. We've already decided that that's what we're going to do. So why would we say, no, we'll go ahead and make it easier for you to do that, to pollute these neighborhoods when it's already been decided? This body's approved the Kansas City Spirit Playbook. check it. I read it for 20 minutes yesterday and found 20 different references to not allowing uses that further pollute the environment. That's all I've got. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Tony Borchers with Hunt Midwest. Thank you all for your insightful comments and dialogue today. I think this has been a great process. Mr. Clark and I have corresponded over email, and I appreciate his efforts to be responsive and get back with me quickly on some questions and clarifications we had about the MPD process and the MPD, that if you have an MPD in place, you've gone through the public engagement process, you've gone through the public hearings, that those uses in that MPD, if there's a fuel center listed, would not be subject to these regulations. And I just want to get that on the record. Is that correct?
That is correct. It'd be we call a vested right.
Okay. I would ask that if maybe there is a way to clarify that a little bit more in the final ordinance, that might be spelled out a little bit more so there isn't any confusion. It's great to hear from the officer today about some of the efforts that are going to be hopefully put in place of cross cooperation between departments, because I do think we need to enforce the regulations that we do have on the books. In some ways, I feel that the bad actors, one, they're getting by with not being enforced. And then two, they're not going to make a reinvestment into their existing operations because they're not going to comply. So my fear is those locations and those operations are just going to continue to go down and be worse. And if there's no reinvestment coming in from outside agencies or outside companies because of the regulations, then those areas will continue to be a drag. So I just offer caution on that. I'm not going to repeat everything Patricia said, but we echo her comments. To maybe take the time, even if the moratorium needs to be extended slightly, to take the time to work together with all the stakeholders to be able to come up with the best possible ordinance. I think what's trying to be implemented here is great, and I think it's needed. But let's take the time to make sure that everything is put in place correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else locally want to speak?
I speak, or do you want to go to comments on the?
Go ahead if you'd like to, or if you wanted to wait till the end, that's fine.
I can wait till the end if there's
Okay.
further conversation.
Okay.
We have one person. Oh.
Oh,
Am I that one person? Oh, no, sorry.
Hold on, please.
1 second.
I'll be real quick. I guess I get a little insulted when I hear about the underground storage tanks because I don't think anybody realizes how much effort goes into these between DNR, underground storage tank funds. There's a lot of checks and balances to make sure that things are not flowing, and it's done every month. That's all I got.
All right, thank you. Mr. Homebrecker, you mind stating your name and address for the record?
Sorry. Alan Homebrecker, 14523 Northwest 74th Street, Parkville, Missouri.
Thank you, sir.
We have two people online. First, I'll call in Billy Davies.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Would be there in person having a cold though. So appreciate you all listening to me. My name is members of the commission. Good morning. Thank you for hosting this meeting. My name is Billy Davies. I am a resident of Kansas City, Missouri, 6th District. I live at 6717 Locust Street, just kind of at the border of Waldo and Brookside and the Oakmeyer Gardens neighborhood. I also serve as a staffer for a volunteer-based, volunteer-led environmental grassroots organization, the Sierra Club Missouri chapter, and just grateful to be here today. And appreciate the commission taking time to look at this issue. I also want to applaud Councilmember Curls, as well as all the various staff from across the city who have put time into working on what is an important issue that this Kansas City is honestly a little behind on, just given as there's been a lot of action, but is doing really well to set a good standard as the flagship city in the region. And not to say behind is like super behind. This is just a new issue that a lot of cities are working to address, including, as was mentioned earlier, some are opting to ban gas stations or new gas stations. So to the gentleman who commented on extending the moratorium, I just wanted to just kind of listening to the comments and the questions today. So what we're hearing a lot of talk about burden on making it easier for new businesses. And I think what we should be looking at here is not necessarily focusing on, is Kansas City as easy as possible place to do business, or is it a great place for a better place for people to live? If it's not a good place for people to live, it's not a good place to do business. And given the health impacts of having a high concentration of gas stations, and that's a serious thing to look at. Do we have enough gas stations? Do we need a significantly more gas stations? Should it be easier to build a gas station in Kansas City? I think we would see, looking at that question, that would see that these standards are very sensible. In fact, Sierra Club had attended the public engagement session and saw that the setbacks for residents was 200 feet. No,
Yeah, Mr. Davis, can you kind of wrap it up here?
oh, excuse me. Sorry, I should ask.
Keep saying what you need to, but yeah, time's up here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, if you got something you want to wrap up, please do.
The Kansas City Climate Plan and its KC Spirit Playbook, plans already adopted by the city of Kansas City, all point towards reducing the amount of vehicle miles traveled and reducing the amount of fossil fuel in our communities. As we're getting more electric vehicles, as charging becomes available and alternative modes of transportation become available in Kansas City, it makes no sense to have this sunk cost of making it easier to expand gas stations in Kansas City. And I hope that the Planning Commission will take the time to approve this path going forward and find ways to increase setbacks, as is recommended by numerous health organizations across the country.
Okay, thank you.
Marlboro Community Coalition.
Okay.
Ma'am, you need
Yeah.
to unmute.
Still on mute.
Okay, thank you. My name is Diane Hirschberger. I'm with the Marlboro Community Coalition, and I live at 8740 Brookland. I'm also a small business owner at 8200 Paseo. And I'm speaking in support of the special use permit and the proposals put forth by the planning department. I feel like that the discussion of pitting enforcement against of bad actors against new builds, it's just a false diversion. Putting the onus on neighborhoods to wait and then fight individual gas stations that come forward is not, it's not fair, from especially in corridors like in the Marlboro area where we are bound by Prospect and Truce, which are gas station corridors essentially. And I think the assumption that new investment is always going to be, up and for positive purposes, I would make a couple comments. One is that gasoline is the lure for probably where most of the money is made in other products, some legitimate and some under the table. And I think it's just really, from an experience standpoint, it is not an assumption that people that own, especially some of the smaller organizations, that their way of making money and what they are trying to do fits into an above board positive model, not even to mention the extractive model of not reinvesting in what the neighborhood needs. So we support the special use permit. Because whether your home is within 200 feet or 300 feet, or you're in the middle of Prospect and Paseo, 100% of our residents' investment is in their home is like, that is their investment. And what we're talking about for people who can afford the lawyers and the firms, they're talking about like a little percentage of investment. And yes, it's millions of dollars, but considering for the whole, their whole business, having extra hoops and things to go through, and having them bear the burden of addressing that based on the concerns that the residents have that impact 100% of their investment is not equitable. Excuse me, it's not equitable to expect that the residents should have to do that. So we support passage of the proposed plans, and including the special use permit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
We have no one else online.
Okay, Mr. Curls.
Thank you, commissioners. My name is Daryl Curls, Councilman 5th District at Large. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you this morning. I appreciate the dialogue and the conversation that has taken place. It's all very vital in regards to making sure that we have a ordinance that is going to try to address everything. And that's what I tried to do with this when I came up with this. And that was, number one, there's been some comments about the businesses, and these businesses are in the business to make money. I was elected to represent people, and that's what I'm here to do, is represent my constituency. My constituency came to me and says, Councilman, we have a problem. And the problem is that we have too many gas stations and we have too many liquor stores. And we've already somewhat addressed the liquor store aspect. So now we're at the gas station aspect. When you look at the 3rd and the 5th district, which is more impacted by the gas stations than the liquor store aspect of this, then you really have a problem if you look at it holistically. Because in the 3rd and the 5th district, we do not have the luxury of some of these big stores, and I'm not going to mention any names because I don't want to call any particular one out. But we don't have the luxury of having either any of them in our community. Now, there was a comment made that they go where they're welcomed. Well, believe me, they would be quite welcomed in the 5th district or in the 3rd district. All they have to do is come and talk to us. And I've tried to engage that with them and try to explore that possibility. So if they go where they're welcome, believe me, you're welcome. Okay. I think Commissioner Beasley made a point in regards to the concentration. When you look at concentration, and I'm just going by one block, from 87th and Blue Ridge to 115th and Blue Ridge, I've driven it. I drive it every day. There's 15 gas stations and 10 liquor stores. That's in that block or that proximity. I'm not on the outskirts of it. How many liquor stores and gas stations are needed? Our kids look at this. They walk down the street and you see more gas stations and liquor stores than you see a bookstore, than you see a grocery store, than you see a restaurant where you can go and sit down and enjoy a family meal at. Now, some of these other places, north of the river, on the west side, you go west of Truce, yeah, you've got all of these amenities. You come to the 3rd and the 5th, and people talk about crime, and people talk about the reasons why they don't want to come to the 3rd and the 5th. Well, help us. That's what I'm asking. Help us. We need that. We need this to start with that process. I would ask that you please vote this out the way that it is. As Andy said, my comment was take one bite of the elephant at a time. That's what we're going to do. I will come back with more suggestions in regards to addressing those bad actors, because that was one of the reasons why this was introduced, was to address those bad actors. But you have to start somewhere. And we started with this particular point. And at this particular point, this is where we are. But yeah, I would love to get rid of the bad actors. I would love to put more enforcement on them. I would love to, and I'm not in the business of trying to drive anybody out of business. But if you're a bad actor, yeah, you know, don't need to be in business because you're not contributing to the welfare of our community. And that's what also is need to be taken in place. When you look in the 3rd and the 5th district and you look at the health rate, the 3rd and the 5th district has more asthma, more heart concerns, more lung concerns, more health issues than any place in the city. And that's where the concentration of these gas stations are. And that's what we have to look at. We have to look at the environmental impact. We have to look at the density impact. We have to look at who's benefiting and who's not benefiting. And right now, my community is not benefiting. My neighbors are not benefiting, but the businesses are. These bad actors who are coming in on a fly-by-night without having to go through the process of putting in a special use permit or putting in plans or doing anything to put a gas station in and just plopping it in and nobody realizing where it's at or that it's there until it pops up and opens up. That's not right. That's not fair to our community. That's not what our community wants. So that's where I'm at in regards to trying to address this concern, trying to make sure that we are looking at not only the health aspect, but the crime aspect as well. Because when you talk about businesses don't want to come in, well, okay, we brought in the police department to say, hey, what ideas do you have to help us start looking at how we can address crime? And that's what we did here. And the police department is working with us. Planning department is working with us. We're trying to do what we can to make sure that we have a better livable community and city. Because we're not just one city or we're not just one area. We're a whole city. If we want to call ourselves Kansas City, we are one city. We're not just on the west side of Truce. We're not just north of the river. Because everything is hunky-dory north of the river. We've got problems in the urban core. And that's where all these gas stations and all these liquor stores and all of these concerns are. And if we don't address that, then guess what? It's just like crime. People talk about, well, it won't happen in my neighborhood. Well, guess what? Just wait. It will. It will affect you in some kind of way. It's affecting the 3rd and the 5th district. Believe me, it's going to affect the 1st and the 2nd. It's going to affect the 4th and the 6th if it hasn't already. One of the last things I'll say is that I tried to work with all of these entities in regards to coming up with a plan. Now, where we ended up, believe me, is not where I want it to be. Is not where I want it to be. I made some concessions. I brought down certain aspects of it because I tried to work with those individuals that said, hey, you're going to put us out of business. We're not going to do business in Kansas City. We're not going to be looking at that. So I'm like, okay, let's look and see what we can do to try to make sure that we soften that blow. And that's what I think that we did. And I think this is where we came up at with the best possible opportunity that we could come up with to address some of those previous concerns that I made and some of the concerns that they had in regards to their businesses. I tried to do that. I did not try to go in there and be a bully and say, it's my way or no way, because believe me, that was my first thought. But I did try to work with them. I met with them. I met with the community. We did have a public engagement, whether you want to call it a public engagement or not. The public had an opportunity to come in and speak. The businesses had an opportunity to come in and speak. Whether the format was conducive to what you felt a public engagement was, that's another story. We did do it. So I will stop there. Thank you for the opportunity. And I look forward to working more in regards to trying to address those bad actors, those gas stations. And then one last thing, I'm sorry. But the other aspect too is, and it was mentioned about underground gas storage tanks. That is a problem, because once those bad actors do leave, then yeah, we've got an underground storage tank. They are not responsible to remove those underground storage tanks. So in order for any other business to take place on that, those tanks will probably have to be removed. And I've heard that that's an excessive amount of money to dig those tanks up and then put something else back over there. Not to mention that, and we've got an example right now of a tank that's leaking that we're going to have to try to address in the 5th district. So those gas tanks, underground storage tanks do leak, and they cause more problems to the environment that nobody knows about because they're underground. You can't see them. So that is a concern that I have, as well as some of my constituents, in regards to underground storage tanks. And maybe we need to look at putting in the future tanks above ground as opposed to underground, and see what that looks like. So thank you once again. Appreciate the opportunity, and please pass this out just the way that it is.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Okay, at this time, we'll close public testimony then, and opportunity to put your rebuttal in and
Yeah.
discussion there, and then probably, I think there's more questions from the commission.
It's a very short one. If you need me to pull up any graphics, let me know. But I do appreciate Miss Jensen's commentary. I spoke with her Monday. Again, I always ask for her feedback, recommendations. She's a professional with the code as well. I just want to make a point of clarification. The example of the Costco and the station, that is not an issue at all. The station on plat purchase and 152, it's vested. It's already approved by council. So this amendment has.
I think the point is that that's an example that could happen in the future. I think that was the point about the Burger King. Just in the future, a similar situation could occur. And because we now have rules that would prohibit it, something that people might have wanted couldn't happen. I think that was the point.
It would be able to happen through a special use permit process. That's what I want to clarify, is that we're not saying no 100%. We're saying you have to go through the public process. The other example of Quick Trip not being able to expand at 72nd and Warnell, that's just incorrect. It is more than 200 feet away from residential districts. So if they do not get their plans in prior to the moratorium expiring, which there was a carve out for industrially zoned districts to submit their plans during the moratorium, that was started in February. If they get it in before October 7th, their plans, they would not have to follow the special use permit process. But they're not within the 200 feet of residential. I just want to clarify, those two examples are not correct. And staff looked at an exception if you're next to a highway, not having to follow the standards. That gets extremely, extremely complicated, as we discussed before, because now we start dealing with state highways, interstates. Do you remember 71 recently changed to I-49? So then that would make everything along 71 allowed by right if we make this interstate exception. It's just, we're too large of a city to make that exception. That is why everything goes through a special use permit and it goes to a public process. Everyone is treated the same. And the certificate of legal nonconforming use clarification, staff will work with all interested parties to clean that up. It's kind of hard to write everything perfect the first time. And the last point is I'm not perfect. So excuse me for saying 4 to 6 weeks on the special use permit, 6 to 8 weeks. Sometimes they are done in 5, 6 to 8 weeks for the record. I really appreciate Hunt Midwest making a point to clarify the vested rights. If you have a pre-approved plan, it's approved. And that is all I have to say.
Okay.
I have closing statements, but if there's any questions,
Yeah, I've got a few questions before we finish out, and this is just more on the language, just to understand how it's written. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts already. Okay. We already talked about the measured piece, how that's done, and that's property line to property line, correct?
Correct.
Just to clarify, advertising and other maybe tinting, that's not allowed as part of the transparency?
Through
They cover the windows, is that what you're saying?
Exactly. We got rid of the number that was too specific. So just saying you cannot have a reflective mirror as your transparency. So it cannot be opaque.
Okay, and then can you have any tinting on the windows themselves to help control the sun, or like roller shades or similar devices when it's bright out? So I just want to make sure, understand that it's clear on what it means by.
So on the roller shades, I've seen other businesses have them to where if they're down, as long as the sun is actually causing brightness into the building, I'm okay with it. But as soon as the sun's away, then they need to be rolled back up. Tinting, same thing. Getting into that transparency, once you start putting tinting in, it kind of defeats the whole purpose of being able to see and see out.
Okay. Screened, I think now moving down to the garbage receptacles. Screened as fence or landscape or both? What does screened mean?
So screening, what we see for dumpster screening is we see the fencing. And most of the time they do the wood pickets, and we're okay with that, but we want it raised 1 inch, 6 inches or 1 foot off the ground. So that way you can see if someone's hiding back in that area.
Okay, and same with enclosures, securable versus lockable.
Securable.
That's a term that you can change that. I still got more. Hold on.
I know before you,
Okay.
I'll remember, go ahead.
Now going down to lighting, controlled by photoelectric means, can it be also a combination of mechanical or switch or something? Or does it have to be by photoelectric?
Well, we'd want obviously the, dusted on, but we'd want some type of override in case the sensor goes bad or doesn't work. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. It just says shall be controlled by photoelectric means, period. So I didn't know if, you can have some kind of mechanical switch on and off or something, it's controlled manually by the attendant or whoever's there. Lighting levels, at 5-foot candles maintained at building entrances. Any thought of putting lighting at the dumpster?
Yeah, I'm open to that because that is one SEPTED principle as the dumpster gets used after dark.
Would that be the same, a 5-foot candle there or no?
Yeah, so if we go off of the Illumination Engineering Society, it's actually a minimum of 5-foot candles in all common areas used. So that would consider the dumpster area as well.
So then number 5, unshielded decorative lighting. So what if you have a flagpole? Would that be lit, and any monument signs? I guess that's kind of follows your.
Those are already permitted by the code.
Okay, going to, I think we've talked about it a little bit, but just kind of go over it again. Operations number 3, outdoor display areas. What does that really mean? Is that just kind of the ice machine or the
Firewood, windshield
kind of
whopper,
stuff out there?
Propane.
propane.
Propane. Okay. Let's see. We've already talked about the window. Let's see, going back to transparency. In the document says 50%, but that's reduced down to 35,
34.5
34.5.
on the front facade.
Why are we using a decimal point?
Okay, let's round up.
35.
34?
35.
35.
That's the minimum.
Minimum for your front facade. I believe from the feedback we received, and again, the commission's feedback would be greatly appreciated. We're okay for the sides to not have a requirement. It's just through staff's review, we're going to want to understand why you can't do it.
Transparency on the sides is what you're saying.
Correct. It sounds like
So-
that's been very difficult for a lot of the operators.
Yeah, so maybe you have the doors over there to enter and exit, public doors on the sides, but you just want to understand tinting on that and why the rest of the side doesn't have any windows or whatever? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, and even when I do the review, just a simple comment of, okay, we can't reach the transparency on the side, so we're gonna make sure and have surveillance cameras on the side that'll be monitored or have some analytics to where if someone is on the side that shouldn't be, it sends some type of sensor to the clerk or whoever's working at the time.
And Officer Krebs works privately with operators on any use about the cameras because we don't want to make those plans public because then where to the camera's not working.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
I just had some follow-up question.
Sure.
Since you said it, I'll bring it up. I did notice, just to clarify for anyone else in the room, solar tinting is allowed. So you can tint your windows. You know, a lot of that solar tint can pretty much do everything that regular tinting would be. So that seems in number 5, that seems addressed there. I did have a question. Some gas stations have CMU or cast in place garbage enclosures or trash enclosures due to trash people running into them. So it's, you know, if you have wood, it falls down. You can't raise that up 6 inches.
It's only the gate.
Yeah, I think it says only 6 inches to 1 foot on one
It says
side.
the dumpster enclosure gate entrance. Okay, so it's just the gate.
Correct.
Okay, that's my
Good point.
clarification.
At one version, it would have been a floating dumpster. So
Yeah.
I understand what
Yeah,
you're saying.
I was like,
I'd like to see you do that. That'd be kind of
That's
fun.
a new requirement. Yes.
So I very, very sympathetic, empathetic to the issues we're trying to address. Again, I don't feel we're the right body to address some of these things. One of the things that I like that was brought up because we are land use was the idea of storage tanks. Do we have someone on staff who can talk about, because my intuition would be that it is the property owner's responsibility if it's decommissioned to be removed, and that's a state issue. And then secondly, my intuition would be that the ones that leak are probably not new, and they're probably the old people who were built a long time ago, went bankrupt, didn't do something. But can we get some clarification on those? Because that's something where I could say, hey, land use,
Right,
if
that's
this is a
handled
problem.
by the State Department of Natural Resources.
And is it the owner's responsibility to remove a tank?
I couldn't speak to that, but I know that there are other programs that address leaking underground storage tanks. Again, that's through the state DNR. There is an entire
Yeah.
office that handles that. It's not handled
Because
by
if
city planning.
just the point being, like, if I had data in front of us today that said, hey, tanks regardless of age are a problem, that's super easy for me to say as a land use body to make a decision on that as an environmental concern. But I just would want data as opposed to, you know, anecdote about tanks leak. Because I agree, I'm sure they do leak, but I just would want to know like the percentage and the age of them. Do we have any information on that?
We do not.
And it's very difficult even from the state perspective on cases that people have called us about, which again, it's the state that regulates, doing the tracing to figure out, because of the concentration we already have, you're following the water table, and doing the tracing is extremely difficult unless they go and underground on every single tank.
And so if there's a tank that should have been removed, does that mean like there's litigation in process?
Not always.
yeah, if the owner,
They just get abandoned.
yeah, if the owner was abandoned the property, and then, which we see all the time, someone buys the property and turns it into a used car dealership, which we've seen all over Kansas City, that it's not a requirement to remove that tank, because it's the burden of the person that abandoned the property. If I believe that is an EPA requirement, but the entity was dissolved, right? So there's no one to go after.
So explain how Brownsville plays into that.
That's another process. So as you're redeveloping, you can go through brownfields to clean up the site. You find that as part of your phase 1 environmental or phase 2. And then obviously if you find that environmental concern, you need, you know, it's the unknown cost, you can apply for the brownfield help, whether it's grant or loan through that to help get that cleaned up.
Thank you. I just wanted it on the record.
Okay.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the moratorium started for environmental reasons.
Correct. It was based on the climate resiliency plan.
And I guess I agree with a lot of the new regulations, but I don't see a lot of environmental does that need more as a deeper research or?
I think the zoning part is just, again, to echo what the councilman said, this is just one piece of a bigger citywide plan and policy. Because if we continue to have more tanks and more of this use, we're in conflict with what we've already set our policy agenda to be. And the zoning code doesn't really have an environmental responsibility or environmental regulations.
So what was that plan again? The climate what?
The climate resiliency plan.
Anything else?
Just closing stuff.
Anything else?
No, I just want to thank Councilman Curls for working with staff and KCPD for allowing Officer Krebs to spend so much time assisting me from their perspective and helping with our national research. Again, I just want to reinforce none of this is just pie in the sky ideas. This is what's currently happening in the United States.
Okay, this time we'll close testimony then and speak amongst the commission. Anything anybody would like to start first?
I just have a
Well,
quick question.
Yeah, me too.
So Andy, with the time frame we had after we've had this discussion, is that still a good time frame for you? Do you feel that you need to do a continuance of any kind?
No, I believe today is Wednesday. This will go before the Neighborhood Planning and Development Committee, if approved today, next Tuesday. I have been here long enough that I have seen Sarah have to work extremely hard and fast with committee subs on the floor that no one enjoys. But what I'm saying is that we are still open if there needs to be clarification related to that CLNU language that was brought up, the vested rights that was brought up. And in your closing discussion, I would like to know if there's a big difference between phase one of what you want in phase one, and then if you see applications coming through, what needs to be addressed in phase two.
Oh, that was my follow-up question. How many applications do we have on hold?
There is one that I know of in the 5th Council District that did apply. And then it was continued. I was not the planner on that project. And then there are a few that would not be impacted by the moratorium. The example we had at 72nd and Gregory, if they get their plans in before the 7th, the new standards and SUP would not be applicable. And they've known since February about this.
Thank you.
I was just gonna say that I don't know how the vote is gonna go, right? Of course, but I see like we agree, disagree on some things. But is there a chance to extend the moratorium, like Mr. Coral will?
There is no possible way for the city council to extend the moratorium with the time that we have. And I don't want to speak for Councilman Curl's colleagues. I believe everyone, there is no vote to extend the moratorium.
So I'm, my preference would be to continue this. I want to vote for it when it's ready to be, when I feel comfortable voting for it. There are two things that I've seen city council pass that have been concerning where I really, really like the intent and am worried about the execution. So source of income and then the energy code. Those are both things that, as I understand it, we have, the state might undermine what city council has passed, and it ends up not helping the community the way that we had intended to help the community. So both of them, I think, came from very good places. And I think that when we're doing things that can be undone at the state level, it's important that we do them correctly. And so I want to see something where we layer on things that we feel very comfortable with, we feel good about, we feel that there's continuity with, so that it has a better chance of having long-lasting change. Again, maybe that doesn't come to pass, but I do believe that we're going to have issues with both at the state level source of income and the energy code. And I think those are good examples where this council has been very in tune with what the community needed and wanted, And then we just executed in a way that was a little bit rushed and didn't result in something that's going to be lasting. So I want to vote for, I want to, of course, be someone who votes for something that is, has a long-term holistic view of the environment, first and foremost, and an immediate impact on the safety of the community. And so I think that there are a lot of elements here that it sounds like. I was very pleased to hear from Ms. Jensen that it seems like a lot of the industry understands where this stuff is coming from and that it should happen. To a degree, I also feel as though and I will certainly spend, my time, I'm not an expert on this, but to try to figure out other avenues to assess the bad actors and to figure out what the best way is to somehow have an impact there, because it feels as though we just aren't the right tool to make the impact that we want to hear or we want to make. We heard a really, really good example, many good examples from the community about the issues, and they're very, very real issues that have a huge impact ranging from environmental to health and safety. So I think the importance is super high and it deserves everyone's attention, but I'm not ready to vote on this as it is now. And if it came back, what I would want to see is the two-step approach of a phase one where it's environmental or where it's a SEPTED approach. And then stage two that, as I illustrated or as I explained, I think my biggest concern is bad actors being locked in place for perpetuity. The residential setback, even though I gave some examples, doesn't bother me that much. I think those were unique examples. I think you're totally right that it's on the applicant to prove why they need to be within a certain setback of residential. So that really doesn't bother me. And I think that there's a way where we can still prevent concentration and density in a really effective way. And I'm just not convinced yet that having a 1,500-foot buffer is the way to do it.
Okay. Orstein, any comments? Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, first off, thanks everyone that came out and spoke about this support or it seems like most of it is support just from both sides. It's just pushing it down, like Commissioner Ender said, is putting it to a later time. I did have one clarification. If the moratorium expires, if we extend it, what happens? It allows people to apply for it in that interim until we take that next step, correct?
We go back to business as usual. So we have no standards, no separation requirements. If it's a B4 zoning, the example Commissioner Beasley brought up on Truman and Prospect, anything that's B4 or anything that's M zoning, submit your application, you're approved.
And I want to clarify, we cannot extend that. That's not possible.
I'll ask Andy to clarify that because I didn't follow.
I don't know of any way it could be extended, and I don't think the councilman, and I don't want to speak for the council, I think they're ready to move forward with a decision. They're not going to be in the interest of extending the moratorium.
Can
But
I
we
just
don't
make
know.
one comment?
But we don't know.
Exactly. No one knows in this room.
The council would have to extend it. They have 3 meetings before it expires to extend it. I will pledge, the last time I think it was the Northland council members who were hesitant, not the Southland council members. I will pledge to work with the Northland council members so we can get this right. But of course, it's up to a council vote to extend it.
I can.
Please
I mean,
do.
I hate to, but
Yeah.
my colleagues have told me that they would not want to extend it past that. They said that we've already had 6 months. We extended it for an additional 2 months to get it to the October deadline. And these were my colleagues that spoke to me, because when we met at the last council meeting to talk about it, they asked me why were we extending it an additional 2 months. And it was quite a convincing job that I had to give them to extend it for 2 months. Now, if she knows something I don't, more power to her. But I'm just telling you what's been told to me.
The nice thing about the extension that happened is that we didn't perpetuate a system which you feel is not the best for allowing gas stations to just be put up anywhere by right. So what's nice is that thus far, although I too don't like extending things, it's been a positive for the community, even if it's been something that the business community, whoever builds gas stations, might be upset about. So I mean, I would hope that council would be willing to extend to get it right.
Yeah, my concern is if it doesn't get extended, we've now opened up the doors. Now knowing that this is going to happen at some point, you now open the doors for everyone to just send applications in, and you'll have, as soon that day that it shuts down, you'll have 100 applications, and then we risk that happening. And again, I'm not worried about the good actors. I'm worried about the people that just want to get something in there and then sell it with that plan in mind. So that's my concern there. Just a couple other statements. I do understand the concerns on both sides. I do feel that a lot of these regulations are good, but I also at the same time do feel that it needs a little bit more time in the oven, for lack of a better term. Same time, I do feel like the benefits of this outweigh the negatives. So I'm kind of in a weird position where I feel like I have to vote one way, not the other, because if the moratorium isn't held up, it opens up a crazy door, in my opinion. Couple of comments that I had made about earlier about these regulations affecting new people coming in. Honestly, if they want to be good neighbors, they're going to take those extra steps to do it. I'm less concerned about that. I wanted to just play devil's advocate and put it out there. But I'm still definitely on the fence on where I said I would love to see if there's some way we could confirm that we could extend that. It would be great because I'd love to see a little bit more work with both sides, but I'm on the fence.
Might I ask the question a little differently? Okay.
Absolutely.
So right now we're saying if the ability to extend it were there and we feel that it's not. So if we go ahead and pass it out, what is the ability for staff to come back and make those clarifications that we're talking about? How does that tie into this process?
But I would recommend, just a recommendation, you could add a condition that is presented to the council, whether or not you vote denial today or approval, explaining why and what you could not be comfortable with approving, to get it out of this body, and putting a condition on there that there's a look back. Because my question for you, Commissioner Enders and Chair Crowell, I mean, in your time, what do we see? 2 to 4 gas station applications come before you each year, maybe. It's not like we're shutting down the ability to open up any retail building.
I
in
think
Kansas
there's more
City.
than that per year that we see.
Yeah.
It's more like 4 to 6 or more.
Okay.
Yeah. Because you have a lot of them that come through and they're redeveloping and wanting to redo their building, redo their canopy, and maybe add a couple of pumps.
But you can always put back the look back. And if we're really seeing that no one can get a project through, we're going to have to make changes. I just don't see this putting a complete halt to the industry 100% in city limits. That's just my response to making a vote, because if you don't vote today and continue it, it might not get extended. And again, it goes back to what we've heard today. Submit my applications. I'm in the queue. I don't have to follow any of these regulations.
So explain to me a little bit better. What do you mean by look back? Because if we already have some issues that we're talking about now, that ties into a look back?
Of setting a date of when it would go back to council to amend, just like the tree preservation ordinance, we had to look back on that to see how it was working and what tweaks there needs to be to the code. So if there are concerns, what I'm proposing is let them play out and see if they come to fruition. If they are a roadblock to development, then we change that.
Yeah, I think that solves some of it. But the examples that I gave of the state, as I understand it, interest in undermining what the city has done for source of income and environmental building standards, like that's just not a good practice for us, because all of a sudden we went through this whole process and then it was for nothing. That sucks. I mean, then there's no long-term impact for anyone.
That's with every ordinance we pass, though. I mean, the state passed the home occupation ordinance, which does not allow us to really regulate what business you can have in your home. So I'm just devil's advocate again.
Yeah.
That's what today is. Everything that goes through this body could be challenged by the state.
My perspective that this is one that would be, and that's why I use the two examples. That there's certain ones that the state's going to have an issue with, and I think this is one.
But do you feel, so you feel we're not ready, or like, yeah.
I mean, I think that, again, it feels like we're one continuance away from the fuel industry saying this is a good idea. I would absolutely take that bet every day to get everyone aligned and be able to say, everyone thinks this is the right step forward for our community. That's something that the state doesn't mess with and undermine. And if we're one continuance away, I would risk it for that.
But my concern is this is an election year. Your state's going to change. Representatives at the state level could change. So if we're letting that hold us up, then we're wasting the time that we've already done with what we have.
I mean, I think regardless, elected officials are going to say, look, an entire community from the industry to the people who live in the neighborhood think this is a good idea. I don't think elected officials try to mess with that.
But I thought that's what I'm hearing you say now.
No, I think right now there's enough dissonance. There's not a lot, but there's enough dissonance that I do think it's something that the state would undermine potentially.
I also think there's a biggest conversation than 2 meetings, right? 2 CPC meetings. Well, I agree that we need to start somewhere. I wouldn't like to risk it. I would prefer to extend it, but if it's not a guarantee, like I wouldn't like to throw 6 months of work to.
I do believe that council, it depends on the situation, but cares about what this body recommends. And if this body says, we think it's really close and we think we should get this right, and so therefore CPC said, extend the moratorium, I think that they would weigh that heavily. I think that this council does, on an issue this big, would trust that guidance.
But I guess, are we willing to take that risk of opening that door?
I'm not.
I am. I think there's 3 meetings. You can hold a special session. There's so many ways to get it done.
I think I can agree with Tyler.
We held a special session to extend the moratorium. Yes, there's an interest. The council would hold a special session to extend the moratorium.
I mean, part of the problem is there isn't anything anybody said on either side of this issue that you can't really get behind and support. I mean, we don't want food deserts in our city. We don't want pollution. We don't want traffic problems for our young people. We want to promote economic development, and we want businesses to come in and help develop our economy. Those are things we all want and are on both sides of this issue. And the problem I'm having is if I want to support a regulation and a new code ordinance, I really want to be able to get behind it. And I just don't know if I can wholeheartely do that with this proposal. And I mean, our law enforcement and Mr. Clark have done so much work to make this proposal. And like Tyler said, we're so close. And I keep thinking about something Commissioner Beasley said a month or 2 ago at one of our meetings, and that everybody complains about how long it takes to get things done in Kansas City, but when we do them right. And this is something we want to do right.
Remember that comment?
I guess the question though is it, if we do put a look back, like a very, very quick look back, are we approving something in draft phase essentially and saying, hey, we have to review this in 3-4 months when those do get, all those details get ironed out? That way we're not risking the doors opening. Is that, I mean,
I don't think I can support a look back. I don't really understand what the legal ramification of it is. I mean, it's saying, let's pass it and then figure it out. I don't think I want to do that.
So I'm just
Can
curious.
I wanted to clarify the issue of can we extend the moratorium as I was discussing that further. There would not be time to send it back to CPC before it went to council for an extension as we've been doing in every other situation. So really it really is not an option.
Explain that. Wait a minute.
Yeah, wait, but if they extended the, yeah,
15-day
You
public
have-
notice
you have to-
requirement before
excuse
you
me,
all.
Start over. Y'all were talking
You have
together.
to advertise 15 days ahead of the CPC meeting. So that pushes us to October 4th. So it couldn't come to you and then be introduced and passed and become effective by the city council in time. Before it expires on
Before
October
it
7th.
would expire.
It has to come before us, before it expires?
But you're saying if we hold a special session on the 3rd, which would be 15 days.
That
or
doesn't
the
give us enough
4th,
time to advertise.
so pretty much what we're saying,
days.
what you guys are saying is we would have to decline it. They would have to extend the moratorium and then it would come back to us after that is extended.
The moratorium would expire. The moratorium would expire. Yeah.
But if we decline it with a condition to or not condition, I don't know. I don't know how to condition that.
The 15 days.
I don't get that math. So 15 days from today.
We
or
would
not-
have to advertise.
Yeah, so if we
The
advertise
absolute
today.
earliest we could advertise would be tomorrow, and I'm not sure if we've missed the deadline. So the earliest you could hear it would be October 4th.
Uh-huh.
So moratorium expires on the
It
7th.
expires on the 7th. So even if it was introduced to council before you heard it on the 4th, the earliest it could go to NPD would be the 8th.
You're saying they wouldn't want to have a special session if we had one?
The city
And-
council?
Yeah.
I've never seen that occur.
What is-
Call a special session. I can't predict that, but I'd be surprised.
Can I ask what is the breaking point? I from a
Well-
professional recommendation, I just don't know what I can change in here.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I mean, take a look at the thing as a whole. So what do you want modified? What do you want it to say? And then make that recommendation as a condition to
Yeah, I mean,
move forward.
I-
And
as you all
that way
know-
it doesn't come back.
Yeah, as you all know, I typically try to jot down all the changes that we talk about throughout and try to make a really good condition to get it out of here. And I couldn't keep up because there are too many little things that we want to change and too many things that we don't have consensus on. And so that's why I don't feel like, I think we need 3 more hours to get there. Or the applicant and the industry and others can get there, bring it back with something that we don't have to mark up like crazy and make mistakes here with 6 lay people. You guys are a lot better than lay people. You guys are professionals. But I'm not an industry professional, and I don't think that it's the right space for us to quickly try to mark this thing up to the degree that we need to mark it up.
I agree.
Yeah,
Did
that's
anyone else keep up with the list?
I mean, yeah, I wrote down, but it was just so many little, I do agree with that. It was a lot of little things, but I mean, I just keep going back to, I don't know that I'm willing to risk it. And that's kind of, I know that it's,
I feel like I haven't been in the room because I think I heard 3 things that have been of concern.
okay.
That was the measurements and the transparency. 200, the 1,500, and the transparency. What are the little things that you're talking about? Because I didn't catch them.
So my understanding was, distance, from other spaces. There was literature that wasn't clear. And that's, I think, part of what it was, is like, what exactly, where was it?
Chair Crowell had a big list. The vested right MPD issue is one that I'm not wanting to write the condition right now in my head, and I'm sure other people can. It sounds like there's not agreement on highway separation because it's too difficult. Yes, we can take the staff's word for it being too difficult. In my head, I'm like, is it too difficult? I don't know. That's something that I want more knowledge on. Then transparency on the sides. It sounds like staff's willing to just accept that one, but I'm not sure. Are we going 10%? Are we going 15? Are we going to 0? Because that was
No,
something
no
that Chairman-
required transparency requirement on the sides, only on the front facade. The highway, no other city has a standard about an exception from a highway on this use. And there's a reason why that it gets so extremely difficult between state, federal highways changing. That is not a standard at all.
Yeah, to me, it feels like that's a measurement. It's not, it doesn't have to do with whether it's state, federal or not. We just measure, is it 1,500 feet?
No,
And if
but
there
that,
isn't, it's
that can be
exception.
discussed case by case, right?
71 changing from a state highway to an interstate. Now
Yes.
you've opened up an exception right there.
Gotcha. And so I think then it's like you could do a lane count, if there's a number of lanes. or
Lanes
something.
change too.
Yeah. And so my point is, this is something that I feel as though there are specific examples. Okay.
I don't understand what the issue is with the highway. What are we looking at? It's a highway. So what are we saying? Because I'm lost.
Being the gas
Saying
stations on the side.
If you have roads where you can't turn left, so if I'm going southbound and if I'm going southbound and the gas station is to the east of me and I can't turn left on that road because it's a divided road, then I would have to exit right, come back across, wait for a bridge or an overpass. So the idea is, are there situations in which you allow there to be development on both sides of a divided road? So that way cars that can't turn left could turn right.
But that will be discussed case by case, right?
In Commission Enders, that's addressed through the variance to the separation distance. If they're already within the distance of an R or the distance of an existing gas station, that's where they would seek the variance. And we would say, well, it's at a highway interchange. It's not having a detrimental impact on the health and wellness of residential users. Of course, we would understand there's no way for cars to maneuver safely to get to each side of the highway. We want to make it safer for the user.
Yeah, I like
So that's
that. I think
already in
that's-
there on the variance to the distances. So
Yeah,
that's
no,
why I
I
don't need
like-
to talk about.
I like the
highways.
idea that we can look at things on a case by case basis. Point is, I think there are a number of those types of issues that have been brought up, and I don't like the idea of us just deciding that every single one, it's like, well, we'll review it when we review it. Because again, I don't think that that is solving, it's impacting every square acre of Kansas City, Missouri, when that might not be our impact or our intent of the impact. And so can we write a better ordinance that doesn't require the case by case look for a gasoline station that gets built by the airport? Is that what we're intending to do?
I would note that the purpose of a special use permit is to address uses where the case by case is very important, where you might want to allow the use, but you want to allow it on a case by case basis where you are looking at each site to identify what impacts does it have on the land uses around it. Are there things that we might need to add as conditions or to adjust? I mean, that's the whole purpose of the special use permit.
Yeah. And so, I mean, if the goal is to make every single one of these a case by case project, then that's the
The
intent.
only way to do it without putting an overlay on every street in Kansas City that has carve outs for exceptions. This is the special use permit offers the flexibility for the public
Understood.
and
You showed us in your report all the jurisdictions that allow it in certain zoning districts and not others. So I think I can have that view and hold it that what was presented has worked for other cities, but we don't want to consider it. And that might be the right solution. The intent of this body is to have a compelling argument so that we feel good voting on something. I don't want to vote on something that I don't feel good about when I want to be supportive of the overall goal. I just think that's a tenable, position for me to have.
The other problem I have with the SUP process is not that I think it's a great idea for us to review these things on a case by case basis, but Patricia pointed out that the SUP process has a timeline. And why, I support the idea of the good actors putting out of business the bad actors. But why would they come into our city to do that if they could be out of business in 2 or 3 years?
I can only think of the Quick Trip on Warnell and the Quick Trip on Front Street where it would not need entitlement. All of the other Quick Trips that have been built in Kansas City have come before your body. So it's the number of users that would actually be impacted by changing the requirement for the SCP is very little.
Like, I want to believe that. And so if you can show us here the last 50 you all saw, and these are the ones that are affected, like, that's great. That allows us to feel good when we make a decision that, like, we were informed by data to make this decision. But just hearing you anecdotally, who haven't been here long enough to have seen all the gas stations, we haven't been here long enough to see all the gas stations. It just doesn't feel good to make a vote based upon that. In particular neighborhoods.
So,
Okay.
so,
I'm not disagreeing, not disagreeing.
so one other,
We can't even get a quick trip. We can't even get a Hy-Vee gas station. We don't even have a Hy-Vee. Okay, the bad gas.
I think we,
Stay and then
thank,
drag.
thank you, ma'am. Okay.
so,
It seems like we've talked a lot. I mean, I want to move on. I think, you know, we've got this moratorium, we've got some issues there. I'd like to have some kind of motion so we know and we can vote on whether we're going forward or we're going to hold it for continuance for additional time to, you know, put some language in there. And then if that continuance is requested or made as the motion, what changes or differences are we really wanting in the exact document? I think in the motion, even to move it forward, you could even state there's some things that need to be clarified and codified in that language. Remember, we are a recommending body. We can recommend this is what we want to have, but sometimes things do get changed after they go through this body to the next body to make it more clear from council standpoint. So, I mean, just kind of keep that in mind as well as we move forward.
Sure, I was gonna ask to make the same point as well, Chairman, that you can certainly pass it forward with a recommendation that council revisit the following issues. There's gonna be a full debate on this at NPD, and you're absolutely right. It's very likely that additional changes occur regardless of your recommendation, you know,
Yeah.
as a result of that hearing.
I think we're trying to perfect it as much as we can, which is, again, I think that's what we want to do is try to get it the best document we can to move it forward to the council. So because they've got a lot of other things they got to deal with. So, you know, let's try to get as close as we can for them to support them. But, you know, but we know it's going to be modified as well, regardless of our recommendation. So some ways I kind of feel like let's make the motion to move it forward with items we want to see clarified or discussed prior to becoming a final.
Yeah, I'd be comfortable recommending that we move it without a recommendation. I mean, I'd do that, you know, but I don't want to. And again, anyone else can make a recommendation to approve this, and I don't need to hold this thing up, but I'd be fine passing it through without a recommendation. If that's like, if the pressure from everyone is we just need to get this out of here, that's fine.
if I were to make a motion to approve it and condition it on review and codification of the SUP conditions, distance and those items, I just don't know how I would condition it. And that's what I'm like, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Cause
Yeah.
I would motion to approve it with, you know, I don't know how to say it for the SUP that these are addressed. That doesn't mean it's addressed and completed. So.
Okay.
But let me see if I understand it correctly.
Yeah.
It's so we have 1,500 feet, but then we're gonna revise case by case, right? New applications.
Right.
So we're not really preventing new businesses or new good actors to buy out the bad actors. And 1,500 feet, to be honest, is like it's 2 blocks.
Yep.
Like we really need gas stations every 2 blocks. And some of the times the same business owners own both gas stations. So yeah, I'm like I say, I agree we have to start somewhere. There's a lot of things that like I say, I don't think a 2-hour meeting is enough, especially like commissioners say that we're no professionals in this industry. But I would like to see more on how we're going to enforce the current business owners and the gas stations right now, that they actually affecting the community and not the future gas stations, that they're not here yet. But I understand that we don't have that many regulations on that yet. And for what I saw, Mr. Kerr, that's what you want to do after this. You want to work on how to fix that. So how I feel is like I don't want to feel it. I don't want to risk no moving forward. And like Chairman mentioned, there's going to be modifications anyway. So yeah, that's and it's no pressure, but like I'm just saying like this, they've been working hard on this. I think risk used to go back to square one. It's not something that I'm willing to do. So besides those, the big modifications are transparency and distance, lighting. I don't know if there is anything else that I'm missing that we don't agree on.
I wanted Kobe to answer this question, the different wording that you were clarifying with Andy. Would those need to be a part of the condition, or that's just something that you're asking him
I
to
don't
address?
know if you have to have the exact language, but just a suggestion, or say, explain further define what number one in the under exemptions means. So it's very clear as to what that is.
I didn't write your stuff down. But I would make a motion, but again, as the other commissioners pointed out, the notes they had taken were numerous. I don't know which ones we're trying to actually put in as a condition to be looked at.
Okay.
Can we ask one of the,
If you like, I can make the motion.
wow, okay.
Make the motion. We've got commotion going. Please make
Okay.
the motion.
All right. So we've only been working on this for 3 hours now.
Sweet.
So just letting everybody know that obviously there's a lot of great information on this, and I think it's been a great discussion with this particular change in ordinance and plans. I think this body applauds the effort to actually have some standards in place for gasoline and fuel cells, and fuel is a lightly used term because it could also mean the plug-in stations as well. With that, so I'm going to make the motion that we approve docket item number 1 with the following conditions, and I'll try to go through them as I follow the way the draft is prepared.
Thank you.
Does that work?
Yes.
Okay. So the first one being under 88-347-01B exemptions. Item number 1 is to further explain what this really means by approved through the development plan process pursuant to 88-519-09D. I think it's just, is that currently approved MPD developments and those that are identifying a fuel cells type of station in there, regardless of the footage, it is still approved without any further work or SUP at this point in time. So clarify that. And I think item number 2 should be added, or maybe it doesn't fit under item 2, and that's any new MPD. And they're proposing a fuel cell station as part of that MPD. Do you have to go through the SUP on that, or can that be approved as part of the MPD process at that point in time? So does it need a special use permit? So I think that needs to be added as part of this exemptions. Moving on to design standards, a condition under 88-347-02 design standards. The establishment is currently saying 1,500 feet. How is that measured? Is that front door to front door, property line to property line? Please write that down as to exactly what that means.
Same with number 2.
Number 2. Same with number 2, exactly what does 200 feet mean? Is that property line to property line? I mean, because we know sometimes it butts up, those property lines butt up to one another, but is it measured from the building? And what part of the building? Any part of the building, the closest part of the building to the property line, or is it the front door to the property line? Just to clarify that. Item number 3, it says 750 feet. I think that's been modified to 300 feet.
That will just be removed. That was a decision that was made yesterday.
Okay, so that,
Remove 3.
add that as a condition just to make sure we have that. Moving on to 88-347-02B site and building layout.
It's just the 50% going to 35.
Changing number 4, the 50% to 35.
Really discuss side of the build, because this says including sides that face the street.
It would only be on the front facade.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
would add
make sure that that's
clarification.
added as part of that condition, changing it from 50 to 35, and it's on the front side of the building only. Let's see.
What about the vehicular use areas?
I'm sorry.
The vehicular use areas for delivery.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
strike
think we're
it.
striking number 6.
On that number 5, is there like lighty tinted? Do we need a percentage?
Yeah,
or
that
what's
there,
mean?
I'm assuming it would be similar to what you guys do for vehicles for visibility, which is 35%.
Yep.
Okay,
To add that.
so can you define that on number 5, the lightly tinted, what is that? And I think you also ought to add in there roller shades or light control devices as part of that transparency, whether or not they are allowed. Okay. Moving on to landscaping and screening, 88-347-02C. Item 2, dumpster enclosures shall have securable gates, securable or locked gates. I think just to clarify that language. As well as we talked about lighting in that. Could be a 5-foot candle.
That's down in lighting in the next one.
It could be. All right. I don't think there's anything else on the landscape. So moving down to lighting, looking at updating number 3, controlled by manual or photoelectric means. The 4A, that's where we're adding the dumpster as well as the entrance with the lighting requirement. And then moving on to 88-347-03 operations, item number 3, explaining exactly what outdoor display areas mean. Maybe put an IE or EG, ice machine, firewood, propane tank or something like that. I think there's those.
The only other one was the non-conforming gasoline and fuel sales, number 2, needed clarification on the verbiage, I believe.
What do you mean? Which number 2?
It was 88-610-04F.
Okay, non-conforming.
Yep.
Yes, to further clarify item number 2 on what is the non-conformance use of that. Explain that.
That includes the 50%. If more than 50% is destroyed during a
Correct. Yep.
fire.
Yep.
We'll clarify that.
Okay. I think I have everything.
What do we need with the MPD vested right? Is that,
It was in the list.
that's
It was
in
in the
that?
list,
We,
Okay,
yeah,
that does
we
cover it.
addressed that one
And
already.
then do we want to do anything about convenience stores? Or is that just too difficult to?
Well, I agree that there's a difference. If it's not going to have the fuel cells, wouldn't that be considered retail?
It's just retail sales
Yeah.
and
So that's a
So
separate.
that's
that's
a
a
separate
text
deal. If they
amendment.
have the fuel cells, then comes in as part of this. So would that,
Second.
okay. So one more, just point of clarification on that. So sometimes you have some buildings that provide the EV plug-in. Is that fuel cells per the definition we have in this current deal? So CVS comes in they're not going to have any fuel cells, but they're going to probably have a plug-in station, or apartment building has a couple plug-in stations or something else. Is that also subjected to these standards?
Our current definition that was written before I was here includes the electric charging.
Then I would exclude that because I mean, apartment buildings have, plug-in right outside the building and it's not going to meet any of these standards.
So you're saying then exclude for any electrical plug-in not associated with gasoline
Yeah.
or
Yes.
convenience store?
Want to note that the amendments before you include the amendments to the definition. So what's being proposed is uses primarily engaged in retail sales of personal automobile and vehicle fuels, including principal and accessory structures associated with fuel sales, including DC fast charging, rapid or level 3 battery charging stations, battery exchange stations, and retail electric charging of vehicles.
Okay, so that,
Associated with sales of charging, not non-retail.
A
charging.
lot of ones in retail environments charge, so we need to be more specific.
Yeah. And at what level is sales?
yeah, so I would make sure that that language is added as part of that applicability. So that it's in there. So that's the 01-A, what this applies to. Does that make sense? And defines what,
You mean 34701A?
yes. Yeah, that actual definition is placed in there, so you know what this is applicable to. And to make sure it's clarified, it's anything with fuel cells versus not. You get all that? That concludes my motion.
One point of clarification, if the definition says use is primarily engaged, so we would be excluding, say, a mechanic shop that wants to put like a pump on their facility? If
No,
the
we're
primary
talking
source of
about the
income.
electric plug-in.
Right.
So if a mechanic wants to put a electric plug-in station,
I mean, even if they want to do fuel, as long as they're not selling the fuel, it wouldn't apply.
yeah,
I mean, if it's a car dealership putting a tank there to fill up cars, they're not charging you for that fuel, so you're not.
I'm just saying the language as it's written says use is primarily engaged in retail sales of fuels. So if you have a business whose primary business is something other than fuel cells,
right.
are we creating an exemption for that?
No, I think in this, that's a total different deal.
Right.
Different standard. This is just mainly for those that are doing fuel cells. And in the definition of what we're saying here, that includes if you have the plug-in as part of your primary business.
I totally get that. I'm just wondering if the language as it's written is creating that exemption and if that is our intent.
They're not selling the fuel.
We have had lay down yards for construction projects where they offsite have a yard where they're storing the equipment, not on the site, and then they will have a pump that their rigs come in and fill up. And that is general manufacturing. We do not consider that gasoline and fuel sales.
Yeah, they're not.
So if their primary business is something other than fuel cells, they're exempt.
When it's
from
internally
these.
isolated. Exactly.
Are you saying if somebody happened to?
I just want to make the point that if somebody in our city is operating a business and they put in a pump, they are exempted from this if their primary
And the pump is for sale.
business purpose is something other than fuel cells. They're just, if fuel cells are an ancillary thing.
They're
maybe
selling, if
making
they're
money.
selling the fuel, then now they have a second use, gasoline and fuel sales. They're not selling the fuel. No.
So if they selling, yes, they apply for this.
All right, good?
Yes.
Okay, got a motion and a second with a long-winded set of conditions in that. Hopefully we've caught everything. So Margaret, can you take roll call on it? Motion, please?
Parkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Prowl,
Aye.
Enders,
Nay.
Lynch,
Nay.
Padilla.
Aye.
Okay, so it looks like the motion passes 4-2. All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, guys.
Let's take a little bit of a break on this.
You're right, I did speak to.
How long of a break would you like?
Is lunch here or no?
Yeah.
We did not.
No? Okay, let's take a 15-minute break and then come back and finish out the cases.
Okay, thank you.
I might try to go make it to an event that started at 11.
Okay. Let's go ahead and. Okay, thank you for the break there, and hopefully we get through these next couple of cases a little quicker than the other. All right, so we're ready for docket item number 2, please.
Case CD CPC 2024-113, a request to approve a rezoning from R6 to B3-2 to permit a mobile vendor park to be established on the subject site on about 2 acres generally located at 5005 North Brighton Avenue.
Thank you. As mentioned, this is CD CPC 2024.
Can you speak in your microphone,
Uh,
please?
I know. I just
Um,
hate it when I hear myself and I can't. Okay, I'm gonna focus real hard. Okay, CD CPC 2024-113. This is at 5005 North Brighton Avenue. As mentioned, this is zoned R6 and the applicant is seeking to rezone the subject site to permit a mobile vendor park on the subject site. So the location of the site is in the northern portion of Kansas City, Missouri, just south of Gladstone. We can see a close-up of the site on the screen highlighted in yellow along North Brighton, adjacent to I-35. A religious assembly use within an established residential district. Here is a photo of the site from Google Street View. We can see the religious assembly structure on the site, as well as the food truck in question. So from brief overview of how we got here. So the zoning and development code enforcement inspectors, they went out to the site after receiving a complaint about a food truck operating permanently on the site was received. Then we went through some back and forth with issuing a correct notice of violation to the site, which involves the mobile food vendor being there for more than 15 consecutive days and not having a temporary use permit. They filed for an appeal on this, and I had discussions with the property owner of the site for how they should move forward after some issues involving the Compass KC system being down. We did end up having that BZA hearing where ultimately what was being appealed was the decision to deny a temporary use permit for the site because the use that was proposed within that temporary use permit was not actually temporary. They wanted to operate fairly permanently. So at that hearing is when we discussed options that would be available to the property owner, which rezoning the property came up. Thus, we're here. More key points about the appeal case is that an eating or drinking establishment or mobile vendor park, and that can include many or just one, is considered a mobile vendor park, is prohibited in the R6 zoning district. So exactly why was that TUP denied? That's because that the CPD director is authorized to when a temporary use is necessary, and that is to ensure that it is compatible with the surrounding uses and is not detrimental to the public safety. Well, since we received that complaint, we marked that category as a no. There's of course a time limit for temporary use permits, and that's 45 days or 15 non-consecutive days. The mobile vendor would like to operate for around 245 days, so that's not temporary. You've seen before that special use permits can be received to act as a temporary use for very unique circumstances. However, they do not want to be at the site temporarily. They don't want to ever move. They want to be there in perpetuity. So the temporary use permit was not appropriate, as well as violating the temporary use regulations can constitute a violation, which tells us that we should also not be permitting a temporary use. So here's some photographic evidence from the zoning inspectors that shows that the food truck is on the site. More photographic evidence. So as I mentioned, through that appeal process where we discussed all of those things and what some of their options were, they directed the applicant to pursue the rezoning if they see that it is, best fit for the site. So here we are. The review criteria for a rezoning is on the screen. I'm going to go over the 3 items that support city staff's decision. Review criteria B is the zoning and use of the nearby properties. So I did mention, of course, that this is the site of a religious assembly structure within an established residential neighborhood. So you may be thinking, why is rezoning to B3 a good idea? Well, there is B3 very close to the property. It's about 600 feet away from a area that is zoned B3-2, and it is a commercial styled thoroughfare. So they are in very close proximity to other commercial zoned property. E, the suitability of the subject property for which the uses have been restricted under the existing zoning regulations. So traditionally, churches and schools, they match the residential zoning district around them. Back in the day, they were more of a neighborhood, local centered use. Now we see an interest from schools and churches to have different zoning designations because they are trying to accommodate a more campus style or activity centered use. And, with the benefits of the development standards that are associated with that. So it's not out of the question that a church would want a higher designation than a residentially zoned district for those reasons. And G, the extent to which approving the rezoning will detrimentally affect the nearby properties. So as previously mentioned, this whole thing was initiated because of a complaint that the food truck was there. But city staff, we do not believe that the operational characteristics of a mobile vendor park, multiple or even just one, is going to have a detrimental effect of nearby properties widespread. So there's all of the properties as a whole, due to the operational characteristics that can also accompany high activity levels when the religious assembly, is operating. So thus, city staff recommends approval of the subject rezoning. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners to city staff?
Probably needs to go to the applicant.
Okay. All right, seeing none, let's welcome the applicant then. Good
Hi.
afternoon. Thank you for your patience today.
Thank you. Good to be here. And question, I'm Randall Brack. I'm the pastor of Trinity Christian Center. Been there 28 years.
Oh, sorry. My name is Judith Rodriguez. I am the owner of Taqueria Ibarra food truck that is currently doing business on the Trinity Church property.
Okay. All right, anything else you'd like to add from what Anna's told us?
Well, I want to say thank you to Anna. She's worked so very hard with us over the last few months. Everything she said is just straight down the line. I know there have been concerns from an individual who has complained. Even the BZA had encouraged us to take measures for the sake of the gentleman across the street, and we have taken those measures. We have placed sign. We also have barriers so that direct light is not upon him. I know there were probably some other ideas and questions. I will say that in our neighborhood meeting and from the times that I've been out talking with neighbors throughout the neighborhood, they thoroughly love and enjoy the food truck. They support it. Some people could care less, but they support it. It's a little business that's there. One of the concerns might be, well, will the food truck always be at Trinity? This came because they were told one thing at another parking lot, and long story short, friendship established. They've been there for just a little over 2 years now. And so will the food truck always be there? We welcome them if they'd like to be. If in another year, 2, 3, 5, hey, if they want to go away, build a brick and mortar type thing, that's up to them. We'll pray for them. God bless them. We're not going to actively go out and seek someone to come back in and fill in again. This was just unique circumstances that took place. I think there has been a thought of, well, what if there's multiple things that happen? Oh, we have 5, 10, 20 food. We can't do that. That's not safe. And next, that's not what this church is about. We're people that we love the Lord. We love the gospel. We've allowed this to happen, but we're not going to allow a bunch of food trucks to come onto the property. Why? Because safety issues. You've got a busy thoroughfare right there, and it would not be safe. So multiples out of the question. We occasionally do like little yard sales out there, and even with the food truck on it, it's balanced. I have people that watch, and we keep things safe. Question might be, well, in raising your zone rating to what you're going to do, what if the church eventually closes its doors? And what's going to happen? Some entity business going to come in, buy it up. Well, we're a part of a group known as the Assemblies of God, and whether I live, resign, die, or whatever, this property's been dedicated, and within the Assemblies of God, they are the type of people that when they look at another pastor, they want to know that the pastor has a heart for the community, connection. They will review, they will revitalize, they will restore and move forward, relaunch another church. So I think this property is going to be focused for a church for a long, 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 long time. So those are just a few of the questions that I thought people might have. So that's basically it. You probably have the narrative. You have what happened at the community meeting and things like that. So I would welcome any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission to the applicant?
Pardon me, he did address in part the question I was going to ask. So it's not owned by the church, the food truck?
The church, no, that's theirs. Yes.
And it sounds like it's just the location in which she can operate her business.
That is correct.
So did we say anything about what the hours of operations are?
Their hours of operation are typically Tuesday through Saturday. They generally start at 11:30-ish in the morning and generally wrap up by 9:30 at night.
That's the issue with the neighbor.
One of the issues that the neighbor had was
The
the
9:30 is
lights
what I'm
hitting us.
thinking, yeah.
Yes.
And you don't anticipate other food trucks coming to you to want to use that location?
No, I do not. And again, when we put this thing together, again, they were told one thing. They came, we dialogued, we spent a period of time talking, praying, leadership and that. And then finally we made the invite. We've had really nobody else who has approached us in that period of time. And if they were to leave or whatever, we're just not going to go out and say, hey, it's open, everybody. No, we're not going to do that. That's not us.
So this might be a question for Anna. Is it a specific section that we're rezoning that they would have to remain in, or is it the entire parking lot? What are we actually looking at here?
The entire property is proposed to be rezoned to B3.
The entire property? Okay, I was thinking you said a portion.
Anna, I have a follow-up question on that. So if I'm gonna throw a scenario out there, if this is approved and the church decides to sell to someone else, it could potentially be a food truck park. I mean, anything in B3 would be allowed. Correct. Gotcha. So would that not meet? Wouldn't that not meet our standard, like our Spirit playbook and all that kind of stuff in our, hold on.
So the Briarcliff Wynwood area plan states that the B3 zoning district corresponds with community serving retail sales and services. So the long-range planner has determined that since the religious assembly use is supporting the mobile vendor, that corresponds with that intent of the area plan.
But it wouldn't meet if it was sold off and became a different vendor that wasn't religious.
If, I can't speak for if the interpretation would change if, let's say, a different type of commercial use was proposed on the property.
Which they would not have to review with us because they've now got the B.
Correct.
Gotcha.
How long has the church been on the property?
Since 1970. It originally started down in Clay Como off of, there's a little statuary and a gray building that used to be a dance place. That's the original church building right next to the veterinary office.
29 years, because I was born in 70 as well.
And for how long has been the food truck there?
Just a little over 2 years.
2 years.
Okay.
So, no.
Yeah.
A question is capacity. So there's nothing that limits the number of food type services that would then be allowable in the parking lot and not under a formal building?
Let me verify.
Okay.
That if they were to establish a long-term mobile vendor park, which is going to include multiple vendors, where the site is being used for multiple vendors for a period of 46 days or more, each mobile vendor would need 900 square feet of dedicated space. So there couldn't be 100 on there. I could do the math on exactly how many
that's fine.
that would take, but there is limitations to that.
Again, we're looking for a temporary, or are we looking for a permanent or long-term? We
They're rezoning. So this is not a special use permit. This is,
don't have to be concerned with the length of time now,
I mean,
but she just read us something about the number of days.
So why we're here reviewing a rezoning is because the property owner, the vendor have determined that they want to be here at the site longer than what a temporary use permit or a special use permit for a temporary use would allow them. They want more flexibility than that, which is why we're here rezoning the property, so they can be here the 245 days on the site that they wish. Whether or not that's for 3 years or 15 more years, that's up for their business model to determine.
if we were to do which we've done before, if we were to do a special use permit, couldn't we recommend longer time frame or, something that would be attached to this owner so that if it did transfer hands, it would not adjust the whole use of the property?
That is a possible path, one that they did not choose to move forward with.
I mean, it seems more logical because this is just my thought process is if we open that up, not saying everyone has great intentions, things happen, things sell, and then we've now opened that door to be a lot more than what it is now. And which is why I mean, that's just my 2 cents on it.
I think what I was trying to address was the expansion possibilities. You look up and you have more new starts that want to come and use your space, because if I heard part of what the presentation was, Brighton is a busy street.
You're just south of Vivian, right?
Yes.
And I'm trying not to go to the other side because that's not our realm when it comes to food and health and inspections and all of that. I'm trying to stay with the zoning. So they want to zone the whole thing, okay.
All right.
Zone the whole thing.
Any other questions? Okay, let's open it up for public testimony then. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 2, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you will be called upon.
No one has raised their hand.
Okay, so we'll close public testimony then. Anything else you'd like to add regarding this case and what's before us?
No, that's about it. We were just moving forward with the recommendation that the BZA made.
Okay. All right. With that, we'll close testimony then. Speak amongst the commission, or if there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
My own, I'm just going to reiterate my stance on it is I feel like it's opening up the door potentially to an issue down the road where this doesn't come back to us for a review. I think intentions are great, and I think that could be achieved with an SUP, which is kind of what that special use permit is for. And we could have added time rather than giving them perpetuity to do whatever the business owner wants, not you guys specifically, but if it does change hands. Someone could come in and offer an insane amount of money. I would assume the church wouldn't say no to that.
What exactly can they build?
B3, I mean, it's a lot, you have a lot of options, and that is a very residential area. I don't know if you've looked at the,
yeah,
it's, and you have Vivian right there, which is commercial, which is your commercial corridor. And then you drop down and you have a highway right there, right off there. But everything around it is residential.
A gas station?
No gas station. No gas station. I mean, the closest thing you have is
Quick Trip up the road, Westlake Hardware.
The hardware, yeah.
CVS.
Yep. Up on Vivian.
Up on Vivian.
Yeah.
I can appreciate that, but I mean, the church has been there. To me, the church has been there for 54 years. I don't see a whole lot of different uses you're going to make for a church. And I don't have a problem with what they're doing.
Has it been, just to clarify, has it been Assemblies of God the whole time, or has it been changed hands of different churches?
The whole time.
Okay. That makes me feel a little bit better.
Okay, well, take a motion, please.
I move to approve the proposal as presented.
Second.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 2, as stated.
Arkin,
I'm going to approve. I'm just going to say, I'm going to say aye. I'm taking you on your word that it's staying in
You can take me at my word.
there. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Lynch,
Aye.
Helia.
Aye.
All right, looks like the motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
We thank you so
Bringing it in,
much.
yeah.
And Anna, thank you.
Can you come back and cater our lunch sometime?
We actually catered for the city last year for the Spanish festival.
Oh,
Yeah, the city hired us.
Talk to this guy.
themselves.
right here.
Yeah,
Thank
we
you,
love
guys.
some tacos.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to docket item number 3.
Case CD CPC 2024-109, a request to approve a non-residential development plan in District B3-3 on about 1.8 acres generally located at North Green Hills Road and Northwest Berry Road.
All right, good afternoon, commissioners. This is the last docket item of the day. So I will share my screen. All right, before you, not this. I would not
If
do
it
that.
is, we're taking a 30-minute
Yeah, we're outta
break. Let's see if we come back.
Okay, before you is docket number 3, CD CPC 2024-109. This is a non-residential plan at the northeast corner of Green Hills Road and Berry Road at 8433 North Green Hills Road. As you can see here, it's in the first council district, just south of 152. here we are with the site highlighted in yellow. Everything around this site is primarily zoned commercial. There are a few parcels that are still zoned AG-R that have just never been developed or bought or a part of any larger development plan.
Culture, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And this slide will be brought up again in the presentation. The case is before you today. The applicant is proposing 2 structures on 1 lot. So the zoning allows for everything that they're proposing, but there are 2 principal uses on 1 lot. On the south side of the lot, which is the right side of your screen, is a drive-through facility for a Starbucks. And the northern portion of the lot is a proposed tenant space with the option for drive-through in the future. As of right now, staff cannot approve a drive-through use on the northern lot because it's within 50 feet of a residentially zoned district. But I'm going to let the applicant elaborate more on their conversations with the property owner to the north. Staff has worked well with the applicant and their design professionals to have a strong landscaping plan, addressing pedestrian concerns, especially with the trails nearby, so you can actually walk into here in a safe manner. It is just south of the library, so there is a decent amount of foot traffic. And also we wanted to make sure to highlight that the primary material is glass and brick Berry Road is a primary image street according to the area plan, so we want to make sure we have high quality design here. Prior to the ordinance requests, there are a few corrections to be resolved. The applicant team has been working with KC Water. This site is extremely difficult related to utility layout with the existing topography and site constraints. So they have been working with KC Water diligently to get all of those corrections resolved prior to ordinance request. KCPD just had some lighting questions and addressing location questions. Staff still needs an updated preliminary plat sheet, which can be included in the resubmittal. And the other correction is to revise their plans right now to remove the drive-through facility. We typically don't approve a plan that shows a use that cannot be allowed, but I will let the applicant elaborate on why they would like that to be shown. Staff's stance is that we cannot show something on a plan that's not allowed. Overall, staff's recommendation for this project is approval with conditions once those corrections are resolved prior to ordinance request. And that concludes my presentation.
Is this site subject to the tree ordinance?
No, there is less than 1 acre of trees.
Okay. As you know, I'm a proponent on Berry Road that it needs a desperate overlay because of how hodgepodge it is. I don't want another Sherwin-Williams kind of building, especially at this location, given where it is. It's at a major intersection that's an introduction to neighborhoods and businesses in the Northland if you come from 152 Highway. Seeing the building itself, any comments on that? It looks just like a typical rectangle with a couple of different colors. There's not much character to it, in my opinion, and I'm just a lowly engineer by day. But I would think we'd want something a little bit different, better than that.
On the proposed Starbucks?
The elevations, yes.
Okay.
So I'm curious if staff was able to look at that in any way?
Staff, as you just stated, there is no overlay.
Correct.
Starbucks is,
And
when
this
it comes to their design, they want to stick with their design. Staff elaborated that your concern would be brought up multiple times throughout the process, and that this is the product I received.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. Again, I have seen in the past where there's overlay districts that Starbucks or other, franchises like that will adjust their prototype to meet whatever it is, you know, especially that busy of a corner. My background is in architecture and construction, and I do think that we could vary a little bit, but that's also just my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess really this northeast corner does not have MPD because that house has been very rooted in where they are.
Yeah.
So I'm curious about that conversation.
They are on the call too.
Okay. But the southeast corner has somewhat of a development standard, I think.
We've worked
Very
on it.
loose. And then the west side of Green Hills, north of Berry, has some kind of approved plan there. So, okay. Approved plan, yeah.
It is a condition that the northern lot, when it is developed, that it does require a project plan. Hoping that it at least complements the elevations that you see here. So we have some consistent character on that corner. But again, staff's hands are quite tied without council approved design guidelines.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for staff? All right. Welcome the applicant. Thanks for your patience today.
Thank you. And
Very much.
I'm Nick McPhee. Our entity on this development is Humberry LLC. And this is Jake McPhee. And I'd like to thank Andy we put a lot of work into this project for about the last 9 months. We originally started with the Starbucks facing Barry Road and have since repositioned it. So it's not so impactful, I would say, right on the hard corner. That was due to the special purpose transportation easement to where we've basically got about 75 feet of setback from both Green Hills Road and Barry Road. So again, as far as making it look aesthetically pleasing, I would say that we're already hitting that mark. And I appreciate and understand your comments of wanting to make the corridor look good. I do too. I've done numerous developments along that corridor and have a very vested interest in it. I will say that it might not look, the building might not look that special, but I don't know whether anybody at staff would want it to look overly different to what's going on along the area as far as conforming with other commercial buildings. It's not going to stand out a whole lot, but it's going to have a good setback and it's going to have a lot of landscaping. So I think that, and Starbucks doesn't want to design anything ugly that people aren't going to be interested in. So I think the plan looks good in that regard. And to address Andy's earlier points in regards to the drive-through that we're showing on the second lot, I know multiple business owners along there, small business owners, and one of the big things that they've all pushed for, and honestly residential players too, one thing that everyone's been looking for is some more food choices around there from State Farm, Social Security, and all the other tenants that I've done business with there. So I'm excited to bring this project forward. But one thing that Andy addressed on Lot 2 is the drive-through that we currently want to show, but we would like to hash it to where it's very clear on the plan that we can't have or use or build a drive-through until the track to the north is residential. And this is something that we've had multiple meetings on, and I think I can say, and Andy, if I'm wrong, then correct me, but no one's objected to that. So I simply want it addressed on the plan. So at that time, we can just simply move forward, because from discussions with all parties in the planning department, no one has objected to us having that if the track to the north is is at some point zoned commercial. The only attendee at our hearing, public hearing, was our neighbor to the north. And my understanding is that, or at least what I took from our meeting, was that they were excited about not only our development, but also continuing on with commercial development along that corridor, seeing as it is, I think, what everyone would agree is a commercial corridor. So simply what I'm asking is if we could just reference that at that point in time, which you would think would be fairly soon, we can have a drive-through there and not have to come back through the initial process that I think we've thoroughly vetted for the last 9 months.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on that, again, Jake McPhee, thanks everybody for your time. We have listed on the plans that we submitted, like you can see the drive-through on it, but again, on the ones that we've submitted, we have it hashed out, and there's a very clear note which states that this shall not be allowed or entitled until the property to the north is zoned as commercial. But again, we would just like it pictured now.
I guess question. So that maybe for staff. So if they visually indicate it, they'd still have to go back to you once that is zoned, no matter what, right? Or no?
The project plan is still required for that northern building. But in the underlying zoning, the B3 does allow a drive-through by right, but there are drive-through standards, and that is my concern of showing, of none of us being around, this plan showing up and somebody interpreting it saying, well, it's stamped and it shows a drive-through. That is my professional concern.
And then I would just push back on that and say that those same stamp plans would have a note saying that it's not allowed. So
I mean, I guess legally, is that note binding if it's stamped with that note?
Yes, but I mean, I share Andy's concern here. Why we would include that.
Yeah, and I guess my question for you guys is, if that is rezoned, not residential, to business, it wouldn't have to come back through this body. It would just go through plans, right?
No, lot 2, I'm waiting for the preliminary plat to make sure that these will be sold as 2 individual lots.
Okay.
But I wrote a condition in a way that the northern building would require a project plan prior to plan approval, building plan approval. That is because we don't have codified design guidelines. I want to give this body an opportunity to review and approve the project.
Yeah, and I guess with the plan, I mean, by right, the way it's zoned, you can have a drive-through. So what's the big push to have that on there right now?
I think that to me, it just seems like we have on the plan all the different development criteria, whether it be the easement setback, whether it be our various commitments to sidewalks. And a lot of those have been fairly, burdensome, but also going to make it a better project. I'm simply asking for another stipulation on there that I think makes perfect sense, because the track to the north is absolutely going to be a commercial lot. So it just seems like putting an extra step in there where it's really not necessary, simply because the track to the north will be a commercial lot. And I don't know if Matt is available online. If you could show the plan that we have in mind, it's really not asking for a whole lot more. Just simply everyone can acknowledge that it will go commercial, and this is what it's going to look like.
I guess I'm still lost. I don't know what the extra step is. I mean, because in any event, you still need to submit a plan as part of your CDs for that north lot. And if that lot north of that, where the residential house is now, is already purchased and rezoned, then by right, it's okay to have the drive-through.
Yeah. Right. And
so you're going to have to do that plan anyways.
I think we're saying the same thing, in that we can agree that what it would look like once it became once the property owner to the north zoned it commercial, I just simply like it on the plan just because I think that that's eventually we're going to end up. And I think it would help if we could put just a slide up of what we're asking for, if that's possible, Andy.
Yeah.
I do not have the copy from the design professional with the notes on it. That what you're
Yeah,
looking for?
I don't know if Kinley Horn is on the Zoom. Maybe they're out.
They have their hand up.
Matt Lingham is rejoining as a panelist.
Let me go ahead and.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Add us up, okay. Yes.
Yep.
Perfect. Nice to meet you all. Yeah, my name is Matt Langham with Kinley Horn. I'm part of the civil engineering group that prepared the plans. So am I able to share my screen to show kind of that note that we're moving to?
Yes.
Perfect. So let me share. Let me know when you can see. Hopefully I'm sharing the right screen.
Yep, we can see.
Perfect. So yeah, we have this area hatched out here as an outline that says no drive-through use permitted until adjacent property to the north is rezoned to a non-residential district. Drive-through use is contingent on the property rezoning. And kind of like Jake and Nick were referring to, it doesn't seem like this would need to be shown on the plans, but it helps with their coordination with other tenants or potential buyers to show that this is a use that can be placed here. If you're not showing the drive-through lane, then tenants who see the plan might think they're not able to get one or not. So it does help them in their cases. So it is beneficial to show this and then have that contingent of, we've had the talk with the property owner to the north. We've been in communication with them through the public hearing and through external emails, that it is all based on that rezoning.
I think now I understand. I guess my question is, you can share, I mean, it's documentation that's not stamped by the city showing what can be once that's rezoned and state that. I think the concern from staff, which now makes a lot more sense, is providing stamped documents that show future anything, because if none of us are here, it doesn't get addressed, or it's simply a small note. I'm kind of the mindset that I would just prepare future documents that isn't revised by the city, say, hey, this is what it can be when this is that. That way it's stated as well.
That's fine. And I think if Andy, if you already have, it sounds like for your approval recommendation, the prior plan, then I mean, I'm willing to just go forward with the process. So it's not a hill I'm going to die on.
I'm glad you're not going to die. Because it is hilly over here. But I will just say, from my short time at the city, I have seen plans that show an ambiguous drive-through, and it has become a waste of everyone's time to figure out, what does this mean? So I agree, Commissioner Arkin. You can market it, and they can call me, and I can say, as long as it's 50 feet away from the residential or rezone the north lot.
Yeah, I think you can I think that'll sell just as well without having, architectural plans.
So am I hearing then that Starbucks is not the owner of the property that your development team is?
That's correct. We'll be building, it'll be a build to suit project.
And the reason for the second building is mainly marketing, that showing that another structure can fit in there?
Yes, that's correct.
So what type of business did you have in mind?
Dutch Boys.
Yeah,
Sounds
we're hoping, and I think again along that corridor, just hoping for some more food and beverage uses.
Just kidding, by the way.
No, we actually, Starbucks was very explicit about not having.
Having
figured they would be.
competitor right next door.
Yep. Okay, any other questions for the applicant? All right, this time, let's go ahead and open it up for public testimony. Those that would like to speak regarding docket item number 3. Since there's nobody in the room here, please raise your hand and you'll be called upon.
Do not have any raised hands.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and close public testimony then. Anything else to add?
Well, one thing that we did want to talk about, and a little bit of a non sequitur at this point, is just getting some more clarity on the special purpose mass transit corridor easement. So this is something we were completely unaware of whenever we purchased the property, and then came to find that we would not get staff recommendation for approval until showing a 50-foot dedicated setback from our property line on both Green Hills Road and Berry Road, effectively taking about a third of our site that we can't build anything on. And that hurt us. It was definitely added a lot of steps and costs to this process. At one point, we thought that we weren't going to be able to do the project because of it, coupled with the fact that there are other properties along the corridor where that didn't have to abide by this easement, and yet we did. So, I mean, really, at the end of the day, just want to know if there's any update regarding if something's going to be built there, as it would affect us in that way, and then just any kind of timeline or clarity on it would be great.
Yeah, we've searched pretty hard to find at least a good map of the path, and we've been unable to find one. I think there's one in the traffic mass transit study, but it's a very blurry line. And you start zooming in and it's very difficult to follow. So, and also some clarity on why the 50 feet, what's planned within it. I mean, again, not so much to do with our project, but just more so curiosity now as far as what's happening.
Yeah, and in fact, on that highlight that Nick is referencing, it simply says on the old plan, just that in that corridor, that right of way shall be preserved. I mean, there's no language in there that says that right of way or property shall be taken or easement put on people. So we just want to know.
I've got an opinion I could give, but I'd rather Public Works, if they're available, to weigh in on that.
I don't think we have anyone from Public Works.
Travis might even know. Hate to throw him under the bus.
Chris is not unmuting himself.
Oh, okay.
So is it tied to the ATA stuff at all?
Correct.
Yes, the easement is dedicated to KCATA. The special rapid transit corridor is part of the major street plan. I know that we've raised this because Public Works is updating or at least looking at parts of the major street plan right now with their Vision Zero project. We've raised this with them that it would be helpful if the map was clearer to help people see the alignment. But that's as much of we've been collecting these easements for 50 years. Because staff, city staff is doing it on behalf of the ATA. I'm sure that there are some properties that we have missed over time, but we do collect this along the entire route. And Andy can give you examples of the library that's up the street. It's an example of a project that came through and dedicated the easement.
Yeah, and just want to point out that some of those easements were collected and paid for by the city. We were not compensated. And then, yeah, again, like she pointed out, some were missed.
Yep. And I've asked for history from past directors from the 90s, early 2000s. In my research, there was a very strong review committee that had a lot of support from the KCATA when they used to really review our plans and show up to these hearings. And as we know, there's always turnover. But it's on the major street plan, and we are just following what the major street plan is telling us to do.
Would that not show up on a survey or a title search?
It did not show
No,
up on the survey or
nothing on
title
title.
search.
Well, it wouldn't be on the title for this property if the property's never been platted. So if it's been undeveloped, you're not gonna have easements on it.
This is the parts that, I mean, we were trying to pull our information from. And then also, I think the only detail, other than what's in the mass transit study, which is pretty loose language and says that can be changed from site to site, is a 1970 ordinance, which again gives no specifics on how wide it needs to be or how much ground would need to be taken or paid for or compensated.
They're not added, this hasn't been added to parcel viewer or anything like that, right?
No.
Okay.
Best source that you have. and
You
that's-
speaking, my
that's it.
phone can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I think you're working with your best source to get more information, and that's with Andy.
And I'm working with Public Works and all of former staff from the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This body is not gonna be able to give you an answer on when that's gonna be updated, but it's been, as stated, it's been requested for further information on that.
Okay. There's nothing else, close testimony then and speak amongst the commission. If there's nothing to discuss, I'll take a motion, please.
Can I clarify one thing? We have said that staff plan is the one that would be used that does not show the drive-through, not the one they want. with
It's
the
already
locations, right?
it's already conditioned that way, correct? Yeah, correct.
That's
Okay.
all. I just wanted to clarify that.
Chair Crowell,
Go ahead.
Chair Crowell, I request to approve, case, 3, CD CPC, 2024-00109, with conditions.
So I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 3. Take roll call on the motion, please.
Parkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Mine is no, and simply because of the elevations, I'd like to see more architectural design done to the actual building itself.
Lynch,
Aye.
Padilla.
All right. It looks like the motion passes 4-1. Thank you for bringing it in and good luck as you move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Awesome.
All right, with that, I think that concludes our agenda for the day. Anything else to bring before the commission? No?
I'm never gonna say this is gonna be a short meeting ever again.
Nope, exactly.
Putting
That
that
is,
I'm putting that on record.
that is a rule.
Say, didn't you say
You
it
never
was
say it's
I
gonna be
did.
a short meeting.
I learned.
All
Oh,
right.
said it. We walked in, said it. Oh.
You had to do so much work on that.
It's okay.
All right.
It's a marathon.
I mean, it really showed though, like, that had to have been an astronomical amount of work. Particularly like, and you know that law enforcement officer probably wouldn't get paid any overtime for all the work he did either.
Well, he really cares about SEPTED, and I'm sure you'll see another project that talks about what KCPD would like us to include too.
Okay, with that, motion to adjourn.